Chapter 359. Cui Ryong was sweating profusely as he was escorted across the bridge by Li Yi with a stomach full of arrangements. A group of 1,000 bull guards stood at the end of the bridge, separating Li Yi from the others. They were not allowed to approach in case they tried to assassinate him. When Cui Ryong got on the carriage to lead the group away, he looked back with eyes full of envy and jealousy. As a minister, he had never received such treatment. When he sat down and felt the carriage sway slightly, he began to think about who to sell the favor to. Lantian County needed 8 officials. Li Yi had decided on 3, and there were 5 other positions available. The 5 positions would have a chance to obtain good political achievements in the future. Once there was tax revenue, the people in the county were better off, and their chances of promotion would increase. They might even be able to jump from 9th rank to 7th rank, and from 7th rank to 5th rank. Cui Ryong, who was thinking about how to get benefits, had just returned to the Imperial City when the people guarding the Imperial City told him to go to the Political Affairs Hall. In the Political Affairs Hall, the 3 prime ministers were drinking tea and waiting. Minister Cui, did Li Yi give a solution? Zhang Shua asked first. Yes, it's like this. Cui Ryong explained the process. After he finished, he said proudly, tomorrow, I'll send someone to check the drunken immortal house in Lantian County. If it's in Li Yi's hands, I'll use the same method to make Li Yi do other things next time. What he meant was that he had found a flaw in Li Yi's behavior and could use it to make Li Yi do other things. The 3 prime ministers had been smiling as they listened to him speak. As they listened, their smiles gradually disappeared. Good, Minister Cui is truly dedicated to the court. We need 5 positions. Minister Cui, please go back. The Political Affairs Hall will give us the list in a moment. Yao Chong patted Cui Ryong's shoulder and smiled again. Ah. List? Ah, good. Minister Yao, I'll go back now. Cui Ryong was stunned. He was still thinking about using the positions to exchange for benefits. How come all 5 were gone? He went out with a melancholy face and walked back to his office. He was no longer as high-spirited as before. In the Political Affairs Hall, the 3 prime ministers did not return to their own places. They stayed in the hall drinking tea. Cui Ryong is a good person. He's responsible. Zhang Shua praised him. I agree with Doji. Lu Huaishan added, His Majesty said that he would arrange for 2 students from Zhuangzi to be sent to each of the other 20 counties. Minister Cui will definitely be able to handle this. Yao Chong followed up, so, out of the 42 students, 41 have been arranged. There's still 1 person left, where should we place him? History? Zhang Shua suggested. Let's wait and see. Ask Li Yi. Lu Huaishan disagreed. We'll ask again in a few days. Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan had the same idea. The 3 of them returned to their rooms to deal with government affairs. Cui Ryong did not know that he had been sold out by the 3 prime ministers. He said he had found a good way to order Li Yi around. The prime ministers looked at him like he was a dead man. Is Li Yi someone that you, a minister, can order around? What about His Majesty? Therefore, go and add 2 more positions to each county. The registrar and the county lieutenant will attack you. When the time comes, you will be removed from the county to appease the public's anger. Li family Zhuangzi. Uncle wants to buy the drunken immortal residence. What if the shopkeeper doesn't sell it? Empress Wang found Li Yi to ask about the business of the residence. Lantian County's drunken immortal residence only has 2 floors. There's a small courtyard in the back. Beyond that, there's no residential area. There's a pit left behind by mining in the past. It belongs to Lantian County. Li Yi first introduced the situation of the drunken immortal residence that he had heard about. Then he said, draw water from the pit and take a sample of the soil. I'll see what's the situation. Then plant lotus flowers and build a circle of bamboo houses around it. See if you can build a small island in the middle. Build bridges around it and walk in a curve. Only then will the scenery of the drunken immortal residence have the charm of a drunken immortal. The shopkeeper will leave 5% of the shares. He'll still be in charge of the drunken immortal residence. He's familiar with the local situation. Li Yi was prepared to use benefits in exchange for the drunken immortal residence. What if he still doesn't agree? Empress Wang thought of the worst-case scenario. Tell him that he and his family are sick. I'll do my best to treat them. Li Yi took out another condition in exchange. The drunken immortal residence isn't worth uncle's full effort. Empress Wang felt that the drunken immortal residence wasn't worth enough. After buying it, it'll develop very well. Li Yi didn't think much of it. He went out to find Song De and sent someone to negotiate with him. He wanted to see how much the other party was willing to pay. Li Yi turned around and was about to copy books when the supervisor of the imperial plantation, Wang Xing, came over with a flatbed cart. Brother Yi, I've brought you a patient who was diagnosed with intestinal abscess when he was free of charge. Wang Xing introduced to Li Yi the patient who was tied to the flatbed cart. He was in so much pain that his face was pale and sweating. Follow me in. Li Yi didn't say anything. The patient was in front of him. It didn't matter who it was. They went in for a checkup. It was indeed appendicitis. It wasn't very complicated. After half an hour, the incision and suturing were completed. They were hooked up for nutrition and sent to the main hospital. A group of women and men were practicing acupuncture and suturing in the main hospital. Li Yi selected 50 people who had good grades, good understanding, and good hands-on skills. There were 30 men and 20 women. As for who would cooperate with the treatment and who would become a nurse, it depended on their situation. They took care of the patients after they were sent in. Wang Xing introduced them to Li Yi. His elder brother died last winter and was buried. Then. Wang Xing gave Li Yi a knowing look. Yes, good. Brother Wang, you've worked hard on this. Li Yi understood. The cadaver's younger brother. They had agreed that he would treat his family members well if he used the cadaver's teachings. His younger brother had appendicitis. He had to fulfill his promise. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. It's my duty. I'm also involved. Brother Yi, you have to find someone from the Imperial Medical Department to learn. I know you're learning 2 sets of medical skills. You call one set Chinese medicine. Isn't it Chinese medicine? You call the other set Western medicine. I don't know what it is. The people from the Imperial Medical Department are good. If they learn your Western medicine, I believe they'll be just as fast. Wang Xing saw a group of people practicing there and gave Li Yi ideas. Li Yi listened, thought about it, and said, I've decided to change it. Chinese medicine is called Chinese medicine, and Western medicine is called New medicine. They're both Chinese techniques. Li Yi realized that Western medicine was bad. Why? Who in the world could do it now? Since they developed in the Tang dynasty, they naturally had to become the new medicine that started in the Tang dynasty. It was not nice to call Chinese medicine ancient medicine. It was better to call them old medicine. Okay, this is good. Then the Imperial Medical Department. Wang Xing did not care about the name. Who should I find? Li Yi thought it was okay. There were 2 big pharmacies in Zhuangzi. His Chinese medicine was not good, and he did not dare to prescribe some medicine. He could find people from the Imperial Medical Department to learn from each other and ask them for help. General Gao. Wang Xing said a name. Can he do it? Li Yi was doubtful. Brother Yi, think about it. What if someone in the palace gets sick in the future? What if they become concubines? If the Imperial Medical Department can't treat it, won't it be embarrassing? If they send it to you, the people from the Imperial Medical Department will be there. It can be said that the Imperial Medical Department is also involved. Wang Xing analyzed it from another perspective. If the people from the Imperial Medical Department were willing to come, Gao Lisher just had to say it. He could not say that it was just a matter of a word from His Majesty. Okay, I want 30. They'll practice suturing and debridement from the beginning. Then I'll teach them some new medical knowledge. Li Yi felt that it made sense. In that case, I'll go and tell the family of Su Shower who has intestinal abscess. I'm the one who snatched him. His family was stopped. They're probably making a scene. Wang Xing wiped his sweat as he spoke. He was so nervous. He had to snatch to save someone. Which family wanted to do funeral arrangements? Chapter 360. Wang Xing hurriedly left to appease the Su family. Li Yi changed his clothes and went into the study to transcribe the medical book calmly. He had seen a lot of life and death, and he had seen many choices made by patients and their families. Only when he was being rescued would he feel a ripple in his heart and then return to normal. Su Xiao, who was being rescued, couldn't calm down. He had fainted several times from the pain and then woke up. It was an indescribable pain. He wanted to die immediately and end everything. He still remembered what the imperial doctor said this morning when he didn't want money. The doctor shook his head and said it was too late, unless he didn't say anything, and then a group of people rushed in, threw him onto a cart and pushed him away. It hurt. Then, he didn't know anything. When he opened his eyes, it was white and there was a beautiful woman standing beside him. I'm in the underworld. The king of hell saw that I did a lot of good things and sent me a beauty. Su Xiao, looked at the female nurse who wasn't wearing a mask and said what he was thinking. Are you dreaming? Lie down and don't move. The female nurse didn't look gentle. Her tone was stiff and cold. I'm already dead and I don't dare to think about it. You look good. I don't mind. Su Xiao, continued to look at the woman he thought should belong to him. I don't mind. Don't move. You're not dead. My Dongzhu saved you. If you move again, you'll really die. The nurse saw that the patient was about to get up and quickly pressed him back down. It hurts, it hurts. Su Xiao, felt pain in his stomach and instantly woke up. He had an intestinal abscess and it still hurt. He wasn't dead. The doctor said I couldn't make it. Why am I not dead? Su Xiao, muttered. Doctor? How can a doctor compare to my Dongzhu? The nurse said proudly. A male nurse came over. Xiaoku, I'll talk to him. Keep an eye on him. If you move and tear the wound, Dongzhu will be tired again. The female nurse said and turned to leave. Come, I'll tell you how you survived. The male nurse sat next to him and began to boast about Li Yi's medical skills. Su Xiao, listened. He didn't even hear how he survived. Instead, he felt like he had met a god. After listening for a while, he fell asleep with the pain of the wound in his stomach. The shopkeeper of the Drunken Immortal Tavern in Lantian County, Xia Junjie, also thought that he had met a god of wealth. Recently, the county had been in a mess. The business of the restaurants had not been good, and the people in the yamen still owed the restaurants money for their food and drinks. Just as the county magistrate and the others were about to make money, people from the imperial city came and took them all away. What about the money owed? Just as Xia Junjie was getting angry, someone came over and said that he wanted to buy the Drunken Immortal residence. Since he didn't agree, the other party added another 100 taels. If he still didn't agree, would the other party continue to raise the price? Xia Junjie thought as he looked at a man in his 20s standing beside the broker. He hesitated for a moment before saying, my family's immortal intoxication inn was saved up by several generations of people. If it's gone from my hands. Since that's the case, shopkeeper Xia, you can't disappoint the expectations of your ancestors. You must manage the Drunken Immortal house well. Goodbye. The 20-something-year-old man stood up, cupped his fists, and prepared to leave. Don't go. We can talk about it, we can talk about it. Xia Junjie couldn't sit still and stood up to stop the other party. Add another 20 taels. Otherwise, we don't want it. The young man gave a price. Okay. 620 taels. Xia Junjie hesitated again, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and agreed. The broker wrote the contract. When Xia Junjie saw the words, Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi, written on it, he was stunned and immediately said, no, 620 taels is not enough. Didn't we just agree? The young man was not angry. People like Li Dongzhu naturally won't buy ordinary things. He has taken a fancy to my drunken immortal house. As long as I spread the news, wouldn't people break through the door to buy it? Xia Junjie revealed a smile as if he had grasped a great advantage. The young man stood up and stared at Xia Junjie. Xia Junjie, on the other hand, was calm and unperturbed. How much do you want? The young man exhaled. Continue to give me a price. I'll listen. If I think it's enough, then it's enough. Xia Junjie crossed his legs. The young man was just about to say the first plan Dongzhu gave him, when the broker suddenly said, wait a minute. He looked at Xia Junjie and said, you just agreed to 620 taels in front of me. Are you going back on your word now? I didn't sign it. Why can't I? Xia Junjie raised his chin. Okay. The broker threw down a word and pulled the young man out. After leaving Xia Junjie's room, he went outside and shouted to the people eating there, Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi, Li Dongzhu, wants to buy the drunken immortal house, and negotiated the price. When Xia Junjie heard that Li Dongzhu wanted to buy it, he suddenly changed his mind. Everyone, how many good deeds has Li Dongzhu done? What kind of person is Li Dongzhu? I believe you all know. He's such a good person, yet someone wants to bully him. My broker will be the first to disagree. Who? Who offended Li Dongzhu? Xia Junjie. The shopkeeper of this shop. If I don't pay for my meal now, will I have to go to the yamen to file a lawsuit? Okay, I won't pay. The people eating on the second floor were richer than the people on the first floor. When they heard the broker's words, someone immediately stood up. Another person stood up and cupped his fists in a circle. Everyone, if you are a merchant like me, think about the consequences of offending Li Dongzhu. I won't pay for my meal today and will go to court. Li Dongzhu took out a lot of medical books to let the Imperial Medical Department treat people for free. If anyone is sick, go to the pharmacy. Whether or not the other party would refuse to show it to you was another matter altogether. If they don't pay for my meal, I will have a stomachache if I go to court. The people at the third table stood up. Let's go, let's go. Don't stop me. If you stop me, I will pay you back. You should think about the consequences of staying in the drunken immortal house. Guys, I will pay your wages for this month. You can go. Li Dongzhu is an official. Xia Junjie is a leopard skull. The drunken immortal house is finished. The diners on the second floor jeered and then stood up. The waiter stood motionless. He was scared. Xia Junjie rushed out of the room. You. How can you do this? Song Ji, you dare to ruin my business. He shouted at the broker. His eyes were wide open and his hands were clenched into fists. We brokers have our own rules. You broke the rules first. The broker stared back. His eyes were cold like a poisonous snake. Let's go, don't listen to Xia Junjie's nonsense. Someone jeered and everyone went downstairs. When they arrived downstairs, there was no one on the first floor. Some of the plates and bowls on the tables had been taken away. Xia Junjie ran down and saw a mess. The waiter and the chef stood there and looked at their boss helplessly. How can this be? How can this be? Xia Junjie was stunned. He looked around and walked a few steps to the young man sent by the Li family Zhuangzi. Don't go, I will sell. 620 taels. 600 taels. The broker spoke first. 600. Okay, 600 it is. I will sell. Xia Junjie lowered his head and agreed. Oh, we won. The people on the second floor cheered and the others followed. It was as if they had won a war. Chapter 361. After the contract was written, a large pile of silk was handed to Xia Junjie, and the drunken immortal residence was in his hands. The person sent by Li Yi didn't know how to react. He asked the broker, Brother Song, Dongzhu actually has two other plans. Song Ji smiled, Xiao Tan, it's useless. The higher the price you offered, the better Xia Junjie felt his drunken immortal residence was. People in our line of work are very good at judging people. The young man called Xiao Tan nodded gratefully, but he still had questions. Brother Song, why are you helping me? Helping you? I don't know you, how can I help you? In the beginning of spring, my mother fell ill. I went to a doctor, but the doctor said there was nothing he could do. My family was preparing for her funeral. I heard that the doctor from the Imperial Medical Department took Li Dongzhu's medical book and was willing to treat people for free. I invited a doctor from Chang'an. After he saw her, he said she could be saved. My family spent a lot of money, but my mother survived. Without Li Dongzhu's medical book, I wouldn't have been able to invite a doctor. Without the doctor, my mother would be gone. Song Ji's eyes turned red as he wiped them with his sleeve. Xiao Tan smiled, congratulations, Brother Song. The next time you fall ill, if you need to buy medicine, go to Zhuangzi. There's a pharmacy in Zhuangzi that specializes in cheap medicine. If you really don't have money, then you don't have to pay. Song Ji suddenly asked. How does Brother Song know? Xiao Tan was puzzled. Li Dongzhu is benevolent. Song Ji sighed. While the two were talking, Xia Junjie was nowhere to be seen. A group of workers and chefs gathered together to wait. The drunken immortal residence was sold. What should they do next? That. Li Dongzhu is in Zhuangzi. Does Li Dongzhu still want us? A worker timidly stepped forward, extremely nervous. Yes, I just remembered. I'm Guan Xiao Tan, a worker in Li family's Zhuangzi. Dongzhu said that if we buy the drunken immortal residence, we'll double the wages. Today is the first day of April. You haven't received your wages from last month, right? Just in time, double. Xiao Tan told him the good news. The waiters and chefs immediately beamed with joy. Last month's meal also counted. Li Dongzhu gave out money right after he left. Then, what should we do now? The cowardly waiter instantly returned to his normal state. Learn a dish first. It's actually a staple food. Dongzhu calls it turn back. It's a deep-fried dish. In my team, there's someone who cooks for Zhuangzi. He'll teach you. Xiao Tan said as he waved his hand. A man in a white coat walked out from the group that brought the money. His face was rather round and he was about 40 years old. When he smiled, his eyes couldn't be seen. I'm the cook who cooks for the Li family Zhuangzi. My name is Yu Mantan. When my parents gave birth to me, they had enough food to fill the vat. Since my surname is Yu, there was enough food to fill the vat. Yu Mantan introduced himself. The three chefs of the drunken immortal restaurant stood up straight, not to mention the other chefs. They had all heard people say that the food in Heavenly Earth was delicious. However, the chefs in Heavenly Earth were not the best. The best ones were in the Li family Zhuangzi. Heavenly Earth would cook a new dish every 10 days. It was said that the Li family Zhuangzi would cook a lot of new dishes when Li Dongzhu was happy. Those who could work as chefs in the Li family Zhuangzi were definitely not ordinary. Take last month's salary first. Tell me how much you want. If you say more and it's found out, I can only ask you to leave. Xiao Tan used to be a helper, so he knew what was the most important thing now. A group of people stood up and said how much they could earn in a month. Brother Xiao Tan, does it count if I break a plate? A waiter lowered his head. No, it doesn't count. In the future, you won't be deducted if you break something. If you're in a bad mood, you can break it. We have our own kiln in the Zhuangzi. Xiao Tan said with a smile. The others followed and laughed. They found that everything was different with a new boss. Let's go. The Drunken Immortal restaurant has been sold. Let's go back and eat. The food is not cold yet. The people on the second floor who were yelling about not paying before shouted again. Yes, let's go back and eat. We'll pay. Xiao Tan quickly said, everyone, we're not collecting money today. If you want to drink, please order more. Thank you for your help. Did you see that? The Li family Zhuangzi is really different. Let's go. Li Dongzhu is rich. He doesn't need a few mouthfuls of wine. I won't be polite with you guys. Let's go back and make some for you guys to try. Where did the people on the first floor go? They took all the plates away. Everyone chatted and laughed as they went upstairs. The people who didn't know each other before seemed to be much closer now. They chatted happily about the day's events. Brother Song, do you still want the broker's money? Xiao Tan maintained a smile on his face as he asked Song Ji. Of course I want it. In fact, I want 2 portions. Xia Junjie probably packed his things and ran away. The broker ate 2 portions. Song Ji wasn't polite at all at this time. I'll give you 10 times the price. I'll talk to Dongzhu later. Xiao Tan made the decision. Xiao Tan, does Li Dongzhu trust you guys that much? Song Ji couldn't understand. A villager who came out to do business could just casually say how much money he would give. We're outside. We don't have to report spending less than 100 taels. We just have to go back and report how we spent it. Xiao Tan said with a smile. Wouldn't we be able to embezzle it? Song Ji felt that something was wrong. There are so many people here. It's okay to spend it. If I dare to take a single tael, they will definitely report it. The first warning, the second warning, the second warning. Xiao Tan looked at the villagers around him. The villagers nodded their heads, indicating that Xiao Tan dared to touch it. Song Ji shook his head. He couldn't understand. Wouldn't this group of villagers gang up to embezzle? However, one of the villagers saw through his thoughts and said to him, what's the use of being greedy for 100 taels? Where will we put it after we take it? Our money is only a number. If you want to buy something that Zhuangzi doesn't have, you can look for Steward Song. Steward Song will pay for it. Jewelry can be bought from Zhuangzi. Gold, silver and precious stones will be made by the craftsmen. I see. Song Ji understood and was envious. The most important thing is that 100 taels is too little. It's only 100,000 taels. It's not worth being greedy. 100,000 taels isn't enough for an illness. We don't need to spend money in Zhuangzi. Besides, what's an imperial physician? Another villager asked why everyone was so obedient from the perspective of medical insurance. At night, Xiao Tan closed the restaurant and returned to Zhuangzi with the waiter and the kitchen staff. After arranging for them to bathe and change their clothes, Xiao Tan went to find Dongzhu, who was preparing dinner. Li Yi was making tofu brew. Empress Wang didn't want to eat steamed meatballs anymore. She wanted to eat something with meat fillings, but it couldn't be the main dish. If it was the Shangshi Bureau, the imperial chefs would have to kneel down. Was this a request that a human could make? Li Yi thought for a while and said, yes, there is. Hence, he made tofu brew. It wasn't the main dish, and it wasn't meatballs either. It had meat fillings. Li Yi was cooking while Xiao Ten reported the process, including Song Ji's assistants. Go and find out who else is in Song Ji's family. Although he could solve the problem without him, he could. But he couldn't do it today. I'll remember this favor, Li Yi said to Xiao Tan. As for Xia Junjie, he didn't say anything. It was true that he was greedy, but it was disgusting that he went back on his words at the last minute. If he did this, how could they negotiate a deal? Dongzhu, I'll get the waiter and kitchen staff back. Is Drunken Immortal residence still open? Xiao Tan asked. After asking, he realized that this matter wasn't under his control. He was about to say that he was going to look for Steward Song when Li Yi said, in the future, you'll be in charge of that place. Tear it down and build a new building. Find the local craftsmen and laborers. Chapter 362. It's delicious, San Lang. Uncle used tofu as a box to cook today. When Li Yi brought the tofu brew over, Li Longji arrived. Li Longji ran between the two places. He would sleep at night and leave before dawn the next morning. The city gates were not open yet, so he would walk at the back. Most of his thoughts were on his children, so he did not care about the matters of the imperial court. Ordinary matters were decided by the prime ministers. If the prime ministers could not come up with a good idea, it was a good opportunity to ask Li Yi. Leaving the imperial city to go to another palace was considered not doing proper work. When it came to Li Yi's Zhuangzi, it would not delay things. Entertainment, food, relaxation, and when there were important matters or difficult problems, he could also ask about politics. Even if he suddenly fell ill, he would be treated immediately. Li Longji found that in the entire Tang dynasty, there was no place better than the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi changed out of his chef's attire and brought over a large bowl of mushroom, wood ear, and carrot soup. The staple food was still small steamed buns, one for each mouthful. Li Longji did not ask about politics today, so he chatted casually. The weather is hot, so many people will go swimming in the river. How's Brother Yi swimming? Li Longji was good at swimming and wanted to compete. It's okay. It's more tiring to save people. If I swim by myself, the waves of the Ba River are still small. Li Yi was not modest at all. He was indeed good at swimming. When he was in the Spanish fish circle, he could swim a round trip and even surf in the sea. It was easier to swim in the sea because of the buoyancy. In freshwater rivers, undercurrents were the most feared, especially upstream. Once the reservoir above was released, not only would the water level rise, but the speed of the water would also be uneven. There was a difference in speed between the water surface and the water surface. When the hands and feet paddled in the water, they should float, but the current would remove the force. It would feel like they were paddling in the air. There was no buoyancy at all. Li Yi's swimming skills were good at that time. Otherwise, he would not have dared to jump into the water to catch the big black fish with his bare hands. Li Longji thought about it for a while. In the end, he dismissed the idea of competing with Li Yi in swimming. It was unrealistic. He continued to swim and said, "The weather is hot. When it's noon and afternoon, many people jump into the river to swim and stand on the shore to watch. It's very lively." Lively? Ah, yes, Zhuangzi wants to dig a swimming pool for the children to play in. When Li Yi heard that there were many people in the river, the first thought that came to his mind was drowning. He had spread the technology of CPR, but it could not solve all the problems. Zhuangzi also has a lot of dolls. If they run into the Ba River and swim, if they are not careful, if they are late to save them, they will die. When swimming in the river, it was usually impossible to tell if someone was drowning. Everyone was swimming and only their heads were exposed. The people on the shore watched. Sometimes the swimmer's head would sink, and sometimes he would rise again. After a few glances, he would look away. Who could remember which one of them had gone down and never got up again? When he thought of the danger, Li Yi looked around. His eldest brother was not around. When my eldest brother comes, I will tell him to make a lot of swimming aids. Everyone can wear one. When they swim, they can rent it. Yes, rent it. 1 copper coin for a day. Li Yi thought of a bum ball. It was an inflatable ball that looked like a swimming ring. It could be tied to the wrist or carried on the chest. When they swim, they will realize that the situation is not good. They will quickly twist the rope twice and then float there with the ball. Pigs can blow bubbles, sheep can blow bubbles, pig skin, and sheepskin can all be used. If they did not even have leather, they would use a thick bamboo tube and put it in a net bag. Li Yi told the two of them about these things and emphasized, it's best to send someone to watch the river. If the children don't use it, they are not allowed to go into the water. The bamboo is also free. I have money in Zhuangzi, and I'll treat it as doing a good deed. It's not easy for a child to be born, and he has also avoided the diseases of infancy. It's not easy for him to grow to 7 or 8 years old. If he drowns, it will be a loss to the Tang dynasty. If the adults don't listen and insist on seeking death, then there's nothing we can do. Li Yi said that he could use money to make them. It was not much. When the mines in Lantian County are opened, a large amount of money will flow in. What's the point of piling it in the warehouse? Li Longji and Empress Wang looked at each other. Empress Wang said, calabash, waste boat. Li Longji said, do we have to wear those things when we play? Yes, we can't be careless just because we are swimming and not carrying things. Third brother and sister-in-law are right. Calabash, if it's a big enough calabash, you can add a pendant at the bottom. Then the calabash mouth will be open. When you swim across the river, put your clothes and things into the big calabash. You can hold the calabash and swim to the other side. Then you can take out your clothes and put them on. Carrying a big calabash is equivalent to carrying a multi-purpose backpack. If someone wants to go to the bottom of the river to find river snails, a longer rope will do. Li Yi explained in detail how to find things to eat in the water. Brother Yi, how much are you willing to pay? Li Longji decided to pay a portion of his own. Together with Li Yi, they could provide security for the common people. 50,000 coins. The entire capital government will take care of it. The ones made of bamboo will be placed by the river. Whoever wants to take it home can take it home. Li Yi made a hand gesture. 50,000 coins. He had just swindled 210,000 coins. The merchants he cooperated with did not want money, but goods. The cost of goods was low. 210,000 coins was only 210 million coins. If he wanted to buy salt, it would be worth more than the money he had at that time. If he wanted to buy rice, at the beginning of spring last year, it was 300 coins. After this year's summer harvest, it was 100 coins. If the locust plague was solved in the east of Taihang Mountains, by the autumn harvest, the price of rice could drop to 50 or 60 coins. There was no way to directly determine how much one coin was worth at that time. It was just like his pork. Last year, it was cheap. 6 yuan per caddy of meat was not bad. This year, it was more than 40 yuan per caddy. What was the purchasing power of 1 yuan? The same was true in the Tang dynasty. The later history books could not record the price changes of every commodity in every place from the first year of Kaiyuan to the third year of Kaiyuan. Li Yi also used to ponder about the value of one coin in ancient times. When he came to the Tang dynasty, he understood that the amount was the same. Li Longji did not know that Li Yi was thinking about the currency ratio between the two eras. When he heard Li Yi say 50,000 coins, he swallowed back the words that were just about to come out of his mouth. He had military horses to raise. Before June this year, he would gather 30,000 winged knights. Each person would ride 3 horses. Including the spare horses, he would have a total of 100,000 horses. It was said that the generals in other places were crying when they were transferred. Transferring military horses did not cost money, but feeding them cost money. Brother Yi, good. Li Longji praised. Even if he did not take any money, 50 million was enough for the people of the capital. No, it could not be used up. How much could a bamboo ornament be worth? Third brother, you can tell His Majesty that the winged knights are going to be expanded. The people who will come later are not good at swimming. They will practice together in the summer. They are using the things I provided. Li Yi talked about military matters. Ah. I will definitely think of a way. Li Longji sighed and agreed. He did not come today to ask about politics. In the end, they talked about the safety of the people and military training. Brother Yi was a capable minister. He always thought about the people and the military power of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, in ordinary conversations, he would also talk about it. Brother Yi never talked about any woman, even if Nanku's big family could be easily invited. Not to mention the gorgeous clothes and beautiful jewelry. Yao Chong and Zhang Shua occasionally talked about going to Heavenly Earth for dinner and takeout. It was a blessing to meet Brother Yi. Chapter 363. After dinner, Li Yi went back to his room to copy books. Empress Wang went back to her room for a stroll as she felt it was too hot outside. Li Longji once again stood on the platform beside the artificial canal with his binoculars and watched the migrant workers build their houses. In his eyes, it was not about the accommodation of more than 5,000 people, but about the Tang dynasty. He really wanted to know what the officials were thinking at this moment. Would they consider the people's income when they were drinking tea? Would they think about the number of people who drowned every year when they were playing with water when it was hot? Would they think about how to train an army that could adapt to all environments and terrains when they were talking about the situation at the border? Would they think about how to make good and cheap paper and ink when they were writing? Li Longji thought for a while and shook his head. It was useless to think about it anymore. I noticed that every time I come, Brother Yi always has something new to talk about. Li Longji suddenly thought of the past. It seemed that every time he came, there would be something new. He put away his binoculars and went back to his room. He read the memorials that had just been delivered today, took a bath, and fell asleep very quickly. On the morning of the second day of the 4th lunar month, it was almost 4:30 a.m. Li Longji woke up and found that he slept very well. He called a few people to the cafeteria. The people in the cafeteria were busy. They were all very energetic and did not look sleepy. They were changing shifts. Make 200 sets of jianbing. Beat the double-sided eggs. 150 with chopped green onions and 50 without chopped green onions and coriander. 200 servings of tofu pudding. Be quick. Li Longji said to the cafeteria manager. Make 20 stoves at the same time. The manager did not hesitate and led people to make the arrangements. There were fruits in the jianbing, but not crispy skin. The youtiao was fried in the morning for breakfast. The crispy skin was not very popular as it was easy to break the roof of the mouth. The dough used to wrap the jianbing was mixed with some warm water and stirred. The jianbing was ready to be served. Li Longji sat there and waited. He saw that the people in the cafeteria were busy. He did not know what they were doing in the morning, but they finished their work and came to eat after taking a bath. As the number of people increased, Li Longji found that it was more stable and had a special sense of security. This had never happened in the palace. In the palace, he would think about who was loyal to him and who was scheming about other things. My life as the emperor is actually not as good as the Dongzhu of Zhuangzi. Li Longji suddenly sighed in his heart. He didn't know, or perhaps he didn't want to admit it, that he was afraid of the imperial city. Therefore, he was more willing to stay in Xingqing Palace. There was no black tortoise gate in Xingqing Palace. He felt that the forbidden garden was too quiet and gloomy, so he placed the pear garden there. Alright, here are 200 Chinese crepes with double eggs, tofu pudding, and braised pork. It's enough for 300 people. The manager of the cafeteria pushed 3 food carts over. Li Longji nodded and got up to leave. The people around him went to push the cart. After getting into their own cars, the team quickly crossed the bridge and ran toward Chang'an City. Once they returned to the imperial city, Li Longji began to distribute pancakes and tofu pudding. He didn't know why, but he wanted to bring food back from Zhuangzi for everyone. When Li Yi woke up, he still didn't see his third brother. When Empress Wang was washing up, she asked Tao Hong to pass a message that she wanted to eat steamed egg today. Li Yi had no choice but to remove the yolk and only leave the egg white. There were a total of 6 eggs. 5 of the yolks were removed, and the remaining yolk was beaten with the egg white and then steamed. Otherwise, if one ate too many egg yolks, their cholesterol would be too high. If they didn't eat a single egg yolk, they wouldn't be able to help the egg white break down and absorb the cholesterol. 6 eggs, mushrooms, wood ear, fried carrots, chives, and braised pork minced meat were enough to make up the nutritional value. However, people couldn't just eat nutrients. They also needed to dilute the stomach acid. Li Yi also arranged for people to make big rice balls with bean flour. He also added kelp, dried shrimps, radish strips, and pickles. Tao Hong stood there and watched Li Yi busily preparing these things. She secretly sighed. Empress Wang was right to live in Zhuangzi. He could make whatever she wanted to eat and then adjust it according to the pregnant woman's condition. Not to mention other things, there was no one else in the entire Tang dynasty who had the mind and ability to cook. It was delicious and wouldn't cause any problems. It was also good for adults and children. When they came to eat, Empress Wang really liked it and praised Li Yi. One was comfortable to listen to, and the other was very satisfied with the praise. Gao Lishir came. He glanced at Empress Wang and said to Li Yi, Wang Xing asked someone to pass a message that he wanted to find 30 imperial physicians. I'll bring them to you early in the morning. Thank you, General Gao. You. Li Yi glanced at his sister-in-law. I'll sit at the table next to you. It won't get in the way. Gao Lishir was good at reading people's expressions and went to wash his hands consciously. When he came back, he carried a tray of steamed buns and a bowl of braised food. There was no tofu pudding, so it was just braised food. Li Yi glanced at it and didn't say anything. He had seen a lot of things and drank braised food. When he went to Hunan in the past, he drank spicy soup. Some took it as braised food, and some drank it directly. Li Dongzhu, the 30 people I found for you are all experts between 25 and 30 years old. You have to teach them well. Gao Lishir didn't move his spoon and chopsticks and said something first. Learn from each other, communicate, and learn from each other. Li Yi told the truth. He wanted to learn Chinese medicine from others. He had too few opportunities to practice Chinese medicine in the past. He could only check if a woman was pregnant by feeling the pulse. He didn't have the ability to judge whether the kidney was yin or yang. Li Dongzhu, you're too modest. Gao Lishir smiled. He didn't even look at Empress Wang and said, as long as Li Dongzhu is here, there's no need to be afraid of any illness. I'm afraid. Li Yi shook his head hard. What a joke. He changed the topic. General Gao, do you still need mushrooms and fungus in the palace? Take some with you when you leave. Okay, I'll take them back and give them to the Empress. Gao Lishir agreed very quickly. Empress Wang, who was eating egg soup with her head lowered, smiled. Gao Lishir ate very quickly. He finished the tray of steamed buns and the bowl of braised food. He got up and went to Songda to arrange people and get things on the way. At this time, Empress Wang said, Uncle, why was the steamed bun he ate so small? The steamed bun was much smaller than Shumyao. The key was that it had folds on it. I casually said that day that the steamed bun was as big as a sheep's eye. In the end, they insisted on making it. They even came up with some evaluation criteria for the kitchen. This is a white case, Li Yi said helplessly. The steamed buns he ate at that time were also not small. The steamed buns made by the farmers were only 2 centimeters in diameter. They were very pocket-sized. It was not a problem to eat 3 steamed buns in one bite. The skin was so thin that it was transparent. The stuffing could also be added inside. How did you make it? Empress Wang was still puzzled by the steamed bun. Bamboo tweezers, like embroidery. Li Yi gave the answer. The steamed bun was made of dough. After steaming, it was 2 centimeters in diameter. How small was it when it was not steamed? Uncle, are you going to teach more people your medical skills? Empress Wang thought about it and understood. She asked another question. I'm too busy. As Zhuangzi's medical skills improve, I can make some medicines myself. For example, I have a way to test for penicillin in antibiotics. It can guarantee a certain level of safety. At the same time, it can test for sensitivity. Li Yi told her his follow-up plan. He didn't want to change to penicillin. He wanted to try to cultivate it himself. Chapter 364. We'll learn from each other. I have many shortcomings in acupuncture, pulse-taking, diagnosis, and prescription. After finishing his meal, Li Yi found the 30 top imperial physicians of the young generation who had also just eaten happily. In any other industry, even if Li Yi's ability was a little worse, he would still fool the other party. Only in medicine, he admitted that he was lacking in many aspects. Goods could be fake, but human lives were real. The imperial physicians who were sent over didn't know. They thought that Li Yi was being modest, so they followed suit. In the next 2 days, I'll copy a basic introduction to medicine for everyone. You don't have to read the history of medicine, Li Yi said to the 30 people that he attached great importance to. An imperial physician between 25 and 30 years old was equivalent to a department director of the same age as him. Wasn't it scary? These imperial physicians didn't go to kindergarten first, then 9 years of compulsory education, 3 years of high school, and then medical school, bachelor's, master's, and doctorate. They should have started learning Chinese medicine when they were a few years old. Other children wanted to eat candy when they were young, but they were eating big honey balls. The other children were playing with mud balls. They were watching the adults shake the honey balls and followed suit. 30 people dedicated their lives to medicine, and there would be no other industry to choose from. He thought so and brought the 30 people to the main courtyard building to explain. He let the 50 people learn Chinese medicine with the 30 people, and told the 30 people to first ask the 50 people about the basics of new medicine. Turning around, he went to write the teaching materials. When copying, he deleted all the useless words and only chose the content of the knowledge. Cui Ryong, who was working in the imperial city, was more excited today. He sent the people on duty to Lantian County early to see the situation of the drunken immortal house. The people on duty were already very sleepy, but they didn't dare to complain. They drank a mouthful of hot tea, washed their faces with cold water, and forced themselves to be alert. The 4 of them went out together. Cui Ryong wasn't happy for long before he was called over by Yao Chong. Minister Cui, you did a good job increasing the official positions in Lantian County. When you increased the positions, you gave the officials a chance to gain experience and supervise each other. Yao Chong praised him as soon as he came up, making Cui Ryong so happy that he couldn't find north. Prime Minister Yao, these are all part of my duties. Cui Ryong tried his best to control himself and not let himself get carried away. Don't belittle yourself. It's a good idea. Coincidentally, the other 19 counties should follow this plan. This is the list of all the counties. Take it back and look at it. Don't make a decision just because the 3 people from the Political Affairs Hall gave you a name list. You have to do things impartially. This old man has spoken to His Majesty, and His Majesty has also praised you greatly, saying that you can implement this plan in the capital government. Yao Chong handed Cui Raizong a list of names, which contained the information of 42 students. 3 from Lantian County and 2 from the other 19 counties, for a total of 41 people. Including the other 5 officials of Lantian County, they were all selected by their own means. I definitely trust the Political Affairs Hall. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. Cui Ryong walked away with the list in a daze. Yao Chong pursed his lips. He did not tell Li Longji at all. He was afraid that His Majesty would be angry and directly behead Cui Ryong. In that case, if the officials of the remaining 19 counties were not properly arranged, who would take the responsibility? Who would take the blame? After thinking for a while, Yao Chong went to find Li Longji with the idea of the follow-up of the locust plague. Li Longji was happily reviewing the memorials. Where there was a need to increase the budget of the Zhouchong County, he would directly ask for it to be removed. Where there was a need to build a water conservancy project, he would transfer it to the Ministry of Works and ask for a report on the local situation. The prefectures at the borders of Tubo and Turkic Khaganate requested for an increase in provisions and military equipment. Even if they were greedy, it did not matter. But if anyone did not resist, don't blame His Majesty for being ruthless. When Yao Chong came to find him, Li Longji was actually reviewing the memorials and humming a song at the same time. What a jasmine flower, what a jasmine flower. He learned it from Li Yi. Li Yi liked to hum this song. There were too many variations of the jasmine flower, so many that it was impossible to count them all. Most importantly, it was the first Chinese folk song to be used in a Western opera. Li Yi casually sang 2 kinds of songs for Li Longji. One was the one Li Longji was humming. The other was, What a Beautiful Jasmine Flower. Yao Chong stood there and listened. After listening for a while, he could not help but hum along. Li Longji finished reviewing another memorials and looked up with a smile. Yao Qing, you came in a hurry. Do you have good news? Recently, I have been sending out letters to urge the prefectures of Taihang Mountains to follow Hunan's example. However, some local officials wrote to the Prime Minister, saying that I was overthinking things. I asked all of my subordinates to write a letter together. Yao Chong complained. My crepe myrtle command token does not work well if I speak alone. The prefectures are against me. Come on, bring all of your subordinates with you. Li Longji shook his head. Yao Qing, why do you have to do this? If anyone is disobedient, just transfer them back. I have formed a group here. What group? Yao Chong asked naturally. The first Imperial Patrol Group of the Tang Dynasty. They are all old officials who are wholeheartedly thinking for the country. They look after each other with the patrol group of guilty officials. Li Longji was still so happy. When he found that Li Yi was good at administration, economy, and strategy, he felt that the sky was so blue. He did not want to ask specifically, but he knew the strategy for the people. If he asked alone, was there a need to say? And the more the situation was like this, the more he did not want to ask. There was no hurry. The court was full of civil and military officials. Let them think of a way first. Yao Chong heard about the patrol group and compared it with the patrol group of guilty officials that had just been created. He immediately understood what it meant. He opened his mouth in shock, and his face was full of disbelief. In layman's terms, it was, fuck, who the hell came up with this idea? To protect His Majesty's reputation, he even got rid of people. Amazing, even more amazing than me. Yao Chong took a deep breath. Li Yi's talent is indeed extraordinary. Li Longji did not answer. He thought to himself, do I need you to remind me? Of course, my brother Yi is amazing. He just said, Yao Qing, do whatever you want. The land that produces grain is not to be taken lightly. Yao Chong was relieved. He left and prepared to deal with the people. Whoever did not listen to him would be transferred back. The other party might be very happy when he heard about the Chang'an. He had schemed against Cui Ryong before, but he did not know that Li Longji was waiting for the situation to stabilize and put him in the group. It was because his sons had gone too far. They took advantage of the fact that he now had great power and acted recklessly. To put it bluntly, they wanted to make money themselves but did not have the ability, so they wrote notes in the officialdom. They were no different from the various second generations before Li Yi's time. It was the same in history. Li Longji did not wait long. When he felt that the old officials had been dealt with, he took down Yao Chong. As for the crime, it was just an excuse. Sigh. Looking at Yao Chang's departing figure, Li Longji sighed. He knew that the world would change in the end, and the people would change in the end. The difference was that it would not be as cruel as before, and he would leave behind a good reputation. Brother Yi, I can't let you be an official with real power. You are drifting outside. It is easy to come in but difficult to leave. What is the sentence in that song? Oh, the world is like a tide, people are like water. Only a few people in Jianghu return. Li Longji said as he flipped through another memorial. He looked carefully and smiled. It was sent from Yi province. Many people signed it, looking like they were working for the country and the people. He shook his head and muttered, Shu province from Yi province. They want to promote drilling technology to benefit the people. Do they think I am a fool? My drilling company is about to start. It will benefit the people. Chapter 365. Be careful, don't hit anyone, and don't hit yourself. You up there, who let you untie the rope? Do you think you can do it? Tie it up for me. The 4 officials who were on duty last night hired a car and dozed off all the way. When they arrived at the Drunken Immortal House in Lantian County, they saw the construction scene. The original Drunken Immortal House was being demolished. On the second floor, there were people with ropes tied to their bodies, taking off the tiles in order. Next to each person was a sliding rod with a groove that was cut open and pieced together with a bamboo pole. The tiles were put on, and when they were released, the tiles would slide down. Below was a haystack. When one slid down, the people below would pick it up. Even so, the tiles were still intact. The 4 officials found it novel. In the past, the tiles were tied into bundles and hung down with ropes. Now, they took one after another. It was much faster than that. The 4 of them looked at each other and found that the arrangement of the minister was different. One of them turned around and saw a person who didn't listen, so he brought his colleagues over. Li family Zhuangzi's people? An official asked. Yes, I'm Guan Xiaotan. Are you people from the Ministry of Personnel? The Drunken Immortal House was bought by my Dongzhu yesterday and is being demolished today. I want to eat the hui de here. Go forward, there's a chef in Zhuangzi who is making all kinds of fried snacks. Tell the minister that my Dongzhu will do what he says. There won't be any problems. Guan Xiaotan already knew the situation, but he didn't expect that Minister Cui would seriously send someone to take a look today. Why is the restaurant being demolished? The official found that the task was completed, but he didn't want to rush back. He hadn't eaten yet, so he asked more. Build a bigger building and buy the land behind it, including that big pit. In the future, you will find that the Drunken Immortal House is more like a drunken immortal. Guan Xiaotan said. He took a few steps forward and pulled back a 7 or 8-year-old child who ran in front. The tiles that were removed were counted as wages. Not only did they offset the wages of removing the tiles, but they also offset the wages of removing the pillars behind. The tiles were not bad, but they were very expensive. The workers who took the tiles could sell them to others. Especially when the roof tiles of other restaurants needed to be repaired, they would replace one of the broken ones. These tiles were equivalent to the total cost of the demolition, which was a great bargain for the craftsman. The other commoners were hired by the craftsmen to wash the tiles. There was a lot of mud on the tiles and they were placed one by one. Once they encountered an external force, they would break. When there was no mud, it would stick tightly and not shatter. When tiling the roof, the old craftsman worked very slowly and carefully sifted the mud to be applied. Layer by layer, and the areas that were not pressed down were flattened with mud. In this way, there was no gap between tile and tile, between tile and mud. A good tiler is a good tiler. Even if a person jumps on top of it, they won't break it. If he was fooling around, he could just smear some mud casually. When the time came, there would be no need for people to jump. The gap was big, and when it rained, the water would leak and wash away the mud and sand below. When there was less sand, the tiles would fall off automatically. Being a bricklayer was a technical job. Whoever hired a bricklayer not only had to pay him a salary, but also had to provide him with good food and drink. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel obviously did not know much about this. They watched as the people around them carried wooden and ceramic basins to fetch water and scrub carefully. An official asked, "After washing, the tiles are very heavy, right? The water has seeped into the tiles. The sun is also very strong. When the water seeps in, you can see the gaps in some tiles. When the sun shines again, they will crack. This kind of tile is easy to pick out." Guan Xiaoten explained the washing process, which was also the selection process. "Then we'll go and have something to eat first." The official who did not want to go back immediately pulled his companions and walked forward. There were 2 iron pots in front of them. There was oil in the pots. The craftsmen on Zhuangzi were frying the tiles. Balls of tiles were blown out. The commoners could eat as much as they wanted, but they were not allowed to take it away. Children were allowed to take a small ball after eating, but they had to register which family it belonged to. When the 4 of them came closer, the person in charge of distributing the tiles saw them and asked, "Officials of the Ministry of Personnel?" "Yes." The 4 of them smiled almost at the same time. They were all 9th grade officials, the kind who were not qualified to attend the court. "Minister Cui didn't come?" The person on Zhuangzi asked again. "Minister Cui is busy with government affairs," the official answered with a smile. He did not say that a 3rd grade official like Minister Cui was not someone they could meet whenever they wanted. Because Li Dongzhu on Zhuangzi was also a 3rd grade official. An official was still an official. "I'll wrap it up for you. You can eat first and go back and tell Minister Cui." The person on Zhuangzi went to get the frozen meat stuffing. He also took out a small pot and boiled egg soup with wild vegetables and eggs. Not long after, the 4 officials from the Ministry of Personnel sat at the side and began to eat. The table and chairs were moved out from Zuaxian restaurant. They had never eaten turn back before. When they took a bite, the rich fragrance filled their mouths. It was delicious. After drinking another mouthful of soup, they felt that there was no part of their body that was uncomfortable. The tiredness of staying up late disappeared. While the 4 of them were eating, a group of carriages appeared. There were small flags on the 4-wheeled carriages. Each flag represented a big merchant in Chang'an. There were 20 carriages in the group, all of which were 4-wheeled. It seemed that 2-wheeled carriages were not qualified to enter the group. "Who are they?" the low-ranking official who spoke just now asked. "Merchants invited by Steward Song to come and mine those lands. Each piece is 400 mu." The person on Zhuangzi's side put down a plate of kimchi. "Most of the officials in Lantian County have been arrested. Have they bought the land?" The official felt that there was a problem with the procedure. "Mine first. Wait for the new official to take office and fill in the paperwork." The village lord said naturally. "What if the new official doesn't give it to you?" Another official raised a serious question. "My Dongzhu believes that the officials chosen by the Ministry of Personnel must be the best." The village lord said with a smile. The four officials were speechless. They were enlightened. Enlightened in the morning, enlightened in the evening. Enlightened in the evening. Yes, there was nothing wrong with it. The officials were arranged by the Ministry of Personnel. Whoever did not cooperate would be held accountable by the Ministry of Personnel. So the Ministry of Personnel still had to help straighten out the matters in Lantian County? Who did the Ministry of Personnel offend? Why are you bullying the Ministry of Personnel? The official complained. The Ministry of Personnel did not notice the situation before, which caused the problems in Lantian County. My Dongzhu will compensate the people. Why don't we ask the Ministry of Personnel to do it? The village lord retorted. Your Ministry of Personnel. Others might be afraid of you, but our Li family Zhuangzi is not afraid. The four officials lowered their heads to drink the soup. Only then did they realize that this wild vegetable soup was very fresh. The carriages stopped and the doors opened. One by one, the merchants came down. They watched the construction site together and waited for Songda to divide the land for them. Then, they wrote the paperwork and took out a small portion of the money. 1,000 coins per person. There was no need to take it all out immediately. As the project progressed, they would invest it again to prevent the merchants from losing their cash flow. Songda held a large pile of blueprints and called out, "Everyone, let's eat first. There's no rush. We still need to find local helpers." Dongzhu said that the broker, Songji, can take care of it. Songji stood beside Songda. He knew that the reward was coming. He helped to buy the drunken immortal residence yesterday and received a lot of business today. Hiring a worker meant a portion of money. Looking at the land, they would definitely need to hire many people. He did not dare to take it all himself. He had to share it with others. Chapter 366. While the merchants sat outside and tasted the return and wild vegetable soup, Songji brought some food to a table 100 steps away and called the 14 people. The 14 people plus Songji represented the broker organizations of Lantian County, which was the future broker house. Songji was the only one in the group, and he was quite smart. He walked among the other broker organizations. In other words, he was surviving in the cracks. After he obtained some resources, he would give them to the other organizations in exchange for them not to suppress him. He was always able to get a good deal and share a part of it. The other broker organizations all wanted to pull him in, but he didn't want to join any of them. When they were helpless, they would protect him. But today was different. He found a big backer, and the 14 broker organizations had to give him face. Lantian County belonged to Ji County, and its economic development was much stronger than other counties. The broker organizations in Lantian County had a wide range of business, and the amount of money they handled was needless to say. Normal merchants didn't dare to deal with them, and they also had people in the government office. Of course. When they met the Li family Zhuangzi, the 14 organizations expressed their admiration and were sincerely convinced. The money went in and out in units of 10,000 taels. Li Dongzhu didn't know the officials in the government office, but they were all taken in. Everyone, for this matter, I have a few words to say first. Songji sat down and spoke to the 14 representatives sitting together at the table. Songji, speak. A man around 50 years old spoke. First, when looking for help, only take the money of the employer, and not the money of the person being hired. Songji stretched out a finger. The 14 people looked at each other and didn't say anything, expressing their approval. Second. Songji stretched out another finger, only take half of the previous payment, this time the amount of money is a lot. Roughly how much? The man with the goatee asked. From what I know, it's 10% tax. In the future, Lantian County will get no less than 10,000 taels in tax. Songji swallowed his saliva when he said this. Okay, half. The man with the goatee agreed. The others were still silent. Song Ji stretched out another finger. Third, I want to pick 5 people from each of your people, a total of 60 people. Song Ji, do you want to become a scoundrel? The person with a big mole under his left eye asked. That's right. In the past, all of you have looked after me a lot, and there are many people in your line of work who are familiar with me. Song Ji admitted. This time, how much are you willing to give up? The other party asked. 80%. I only want 20%. The 80% will be divided among the 14 of you. This is the 4th thing I want to talk about. Song Ji raised another finger. In the future, will the Li family Zhuangzi's business matchmaking be done in accordance with this? The person sitting across from the Song Ji raised his head. Song Ji remained silent as he stared at the other party. The other party sighed, AI. That's fine. This time, we'll get 80%. That's not a small amount. Song Ji revealed a smile. That's right. You still want to snatch all of the Li family Zhuangzi's businesses from me? Do you believe that I won't kick you out of the game? On the other side, in the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Qingqi was pushing the seed planter back and forth. Different types of vegetables had different ways of scattering seeds. Some of them scattered a few seeds in a pit, which was more convenient to use the jukebox. Another method was to scatter the seeds evenly on the ground and wait for them to grow. After observing for a while, the bad ones would be removed. This was called thinning out the seedlings. The second method was suitable for pushing carts. The seeds would be scattered as the cart moved, and then the soil would be covered. It was much more uniform than spreading seeds manually, and the speed was faster. After the ground was turned over and raked, the cart would be moved up and down. For spinach, cabbage, and shallots, the latter was used. Shallots were not. Shallots were planted after shallots were grown. The higher the soil was buried, the longer the shallots would be. This thing is exquisite. Our alliance wants it. I'll give you the money to buy the technology. Li Qingqi looked as if he was talking about a business deal. Just now, it was a trial. Li Yi smiled and did not say anything. Li Qingqi let go of the armrest and sighed. Brother Yi, now that the tools you made are useful to the people, every household can save 1.5 to 2 months in a year. For so many days, even if they don't do other jobs and just rest to recuperate, it will be beneficial to the Tang dynasty. In the future, they will have new jobs to do, so it's impossible for them to rest. Let me think about it and see what kind of work is better. Every household can do it. Li Yi waved his hand and said with certainty that he had jobs to make the people busy. At that time, he had done farming and breeding for a year, and the people were idle. Especially in the northern areas, when the winter was cold, there was nothing to do. Later, the pace of life became faster, and new jobs appeared one after another. Farming and breeding technology improved. In the winter, they could make greenhouses and handicrafts, and in the summer, they could do odd jobs. What kind of jobs can there be? Li Qingqi was looking forward to it. He believed that Li Yi could make it happen. First of all, we have to distinguish the industrial structure. Agriculture is the primary industry. When we have extra time, we can turn to small individual handicrafts. Chapter 367. Early in the morning of April 3rd, people were arranged to guard the rivers around Chang'an, including the big pool. Those who did not have good family conditions and could not work hard were all guarding a large pile of fart balls made of bamboo and rope. In addition, there were pigs blowing bubbles and medium-sized gourds. These too were charged 1 copper coin a day. A big wooden bucket was placed under a tree by the river. Beside the bucket were tables, stools, and small bowls made of bamboo cut in the middle. Her Majesty is benevolent. She was afraid that we would drown in the water, so she asked us to guard the river. Those who want to swim have to wear this. Don't take it away. Her Majesty also spent money. Bamboo is not easy to burn. Pigs blowing bubbles and gourds need a deposit. These two are 1 copper coin a day. Somewhere by the river, an old woman called out. There was a lot of twine beside her. She could still weave a net while sitting, so it wouldn't delay her work. The bamboo tube was covered with 2 layers of twine nets. If it was soaked in water for a long time, it would be damaged and needed to be dried. Fishermen's 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying nets were like this. The net made by the woman was replaced when the other nets needed to be dried. Some people wanted to swim. When they heard that Her Majesty cared for the people, they thought that they were good swimmers and didn't want to wear the net. What's in that bucket? Some people were curious. Why were there tables and chairs beside it? Herbal tea. Li family Zhuangzi's herbal tea. 1 copper coin a bowl. Drink it to quench your thirst. Today's bucket can only hold 150 to 160 servings. If you want to drink it, buy it quickly. The woman opened the lid of the wooden bucket and let people take a look. After thinking, she scooped out a bamboo bowl and gave it to everyone to taste. It's delicious. There's sugar in it, right? 1 copper coin a bowl. It's not expensive. I'll have a bowl. I'll drink it before swimming. I'll try it too. Leave a bowl for me. I'll swim up and drink it. I didn't bring money. My father didn't give it to me. There were adults and children. The weather was too hot. They wanted to swim and cool down before working. Some of them were resting today and didn't work. The children naturally didn't have anything to do. Several of them wanted to play in the river. The woman hesitated again. She filled a bamboo tube and gave it to the children. Under the woman's strong tone, everyone put on their things and went into the river. The other places were more or less the same. Standing by the riverside outside the west gate, Li Qingqi chuckled. Pei Yaoqing and Li Yuanhong stood on either side of Li Qingqi and watched together. Li Qingqi's Craftsmen's Alliance had rushed to make the items yesterday, and the herbal tea was also made by the Li family Zhuangzi last night. It was hot when it was made, but it cooled down after half a night in a cool place in the room. Although there was a lot of ice in the Li family Zhuangzi's ice house, there was no ice. 1 bucket of herbal tea could hold more than 150 servings. When night fell, someone from Zhuangzi would come over to check how much was left. If there was nothing left, the guards would give Zhuangzi 100 coins and keep the rest for themselves. If there were about 30 portions left, they would pay $70. As for the money to rent the balls, those people would keep it for themselves. King Song, do you know how much a tub of herbal tea costs? Li Yuanhong was calculating how much profit Li Yi would make from it. The recipe for this herbal tea will be spread out soon. Everyone can make it themselves. You will know after making it once. Li Qingqi didn't answer directly. He knew how much it cost. Making a bucket of herbal tea would cost about 120 coins and 150 servings. If it was a coin per serving, it wouldn't be a waste. 30 coins wasn't a small sum, and there was no tax on small businesses. The premise was that it had to be made on the same day and could only be made the next day. Otherwise, it would spoil and they wouldn't be able to make a loss. Li family Zhuangzi made hundreds to thousands of buckets at a time, and the cost of a bucket was only about 30 coins. The taste of many ingredients could be fully utilized and boiled. Furthermore, the fire was always burning, pot after pot. Li Qingqi wanted to keep it a secret. When others found out about the recipe, they could try to make it themselves. The cost of making a bucket of herbal tea would probably exceed 10 coins. If they made it in buckets and sold it, they would find that they had a capital of 120 coins. Considering that Li family Zhuangzi only wanted 100 coins, he was benevolent and righteous to help others make money at a loss. If he said 30 coins per bucket, others would think that Li Dongzhu was also doing it for money. Whenever I think of Li Dongzhu, I admire him. Li Dongzhu is always able to come up with good ideas to help the people. Pei Yaoqing wanted to praise him, but he almost called him Brother Yi. He was like a thief. When he saw Li Yi, he would call him Brother Yi. When others were around, he would call him Li Dongzhu. Li Yuanhong added, Chang'an has a lot of water. Every year during summer and autumn, many people would die in the river. Those who died were those who thought that they were good swimmers. There are also children who want to go down to play, but without adults to protect them, they are afraid that they won't be able to come back up. Everyone is at the edge of the river, and there are always some who accidentally slip and get hit by big fishes. Pei Yaoqing said solemnly. He thought of the many people who died last year. Li Qingqi looked at the others drinking herbal tea and motioned for 2 people to follow him. As he walked, he said, this year is better. Look at how obedient the children are. After taking a few steps, he said, when we return, I will ask Prime Minister Yao to write a letter and order the various places to make sure everything is in place. Brother Yi will take out 50,000 coins, which is 50 million coins. Send them to the well drilling team first and let the people there make bamboo. Wild bamboo is not valuable and grows quickly. It's just a salary. A craftsman can make 180 to 180 sets of these simple things in a day. 40 coins is enough. Li Qingqi also knew how to calculate the salary. He did not consider how much a set of bamboo would cost, but the average income of a craftsman. The craftsman wouldn't be at a loss, and the one who paid would also be at a disadvantage. 3 sets. Come over and get the money from me. Buy them separately. Don't just buy from one place. Li Qingqi placed 3 Kaiyuan Tongbao coins on the table and called for the guards to come over and get the money. He had brought 300 coins with him. He did not bring more as it was too heavy. 60 people came over and each of them took a copper coin. Next time, I should let you bring money with you. It will be more convenient for me to buy things. Li Qingqi gave out the money and felt that it was much easier. The woman here chose 3 bamboo bowls that no one had touched before and scooped up the herbal tea. The 3 of them took a small sip and tasted it. How is it? Li Qingqi asked. He was satisfied anyway. It's delicious. It quenches my thirst. My stomach feels better after drinking it. It will be even better if it's chilled. Pei Yaoqing said first and then made a request. I'll chill you. Li Qingqi said to Pei Yaoqing and looked at Li Yuanhong. There's the smell of herbs in it, but I can't taste it. Li Yuanhong analyzed the ingredients. They drank slowly. The guards went to buy them separately. They drank big mouthfuls and wiped their mouths. It was good. In the end, some people who did not swim saw it and came over to buy it. There was also the leader of the workers at the docks. He came over and asked for a set of tea. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, it's still too expensive for 1 coin per set. The workers can't bear to pay. Li Qingqi looked over. The people at the docks were using hand gourds to help lift the big construction items. They were still carrying sacks and other things, especially the gangplank from the ship. There were people selling tea at the docks, but they were selling it to the people on the ship and the leaders. The workers were sweating and drank cold water directly. I'll ask Brother Yi later if there's anything cheap to drink for the workers at the docks. Li Qingqi muttered. Li Yuanhong and Pei Yaoqing heard him and nodded at the same time. Yes, ask Li Yi. Chapter 368. Before noon, the news had spread all over Chang'an. They said that Her Majesty was afraid that the people would drown, so she spent a lot of money to make things and told them not to take them home. Adults with children were the happiest. Finally, children always went swimming, and some people died every year. Now, Her Majesty was really thinking about them. I've never seen such a sycophantic official. Yao Chong was in a bad mood again. He didn't know why, but whenever Li Yi made a move, he felt that his status was low. He felt that his status was low and that His Majesty did not value him as much as before. The most annoying thing was that whenever Li Yi had something good, he would say that it was Her Majesty's, especially the tools that were made to benefit the people. Then, Her Majesty would clear Li Yi's name and say that Li Yi had researched it. She would act like a sage, the kind that would be passed down through the ages. Yuanji, are you thinking of the people who work for you? Zhang Shuo was in a good mood. Previously, in order to deal with Li Yi's magical weapon, the recruitment of workers was an extra move. As long as they didn't commit any crimes, they could leave if they wanted to, unless they had something confidential. Those who made gunpowder were sent to the Li family Zhuangzi. The craftsmen and their families were overjoyed. Other people developed some improved tools, but they didn't promote them well. They didn't make much money, so some people took their monthly salary and left to join the Craftsmen's Alliance. Especially in the past 2 days, 3 competing Craftsmen's Alliances were willing to give others money to buy skills. Some of the workers who were recruited improved things, but they didn't promote them well and didn't get any extra rewards. They didn't get any fame or benefits, so they were sad. Those who were capable ran away, and those who weren't were paid well by Yao Cheng's department. Hearing Zhang Shuo's words, Yao Cheng closed his eyes and said, "Disband. Disband all the workers." After saying this, he sat on the chair and sulked. Lu Huaishan took a sip of tea and said, "They're selling herbal tea everywhere. They buy a large tub for 1 coin. I wonder how it tastes compared to this secondary class 2 green tea. Look at the price." Since Zhang Shuo couldn't drink the herbal tea, he directly talked about the price. He meant that the herbal tea wasn't good. "Isn't the price set by Li Yi?" Yao Cheng complained. Then an idea occurred to him. "Say, there are a lot of mosquitoes and flies in the summer. We can still use the screens, but ordinary people can't afford to use them. Isn't Li Yi willing to benefit the people? Let him think of a way." After Yao Cheng finished speaking, his expression became much better. "I don't think that's a good idea. No one can do anything about this unless they pay for the window screens." Lu Huaishan had a different opinion. The screen windows in his house were installed by Heavenly World. Normal windows were all square lattice windows. The windows in the new house were the largest. There were no lattices, and they looked very beautiful. The key is who to ask. If you ask Li Yi, do you think he'll agree? Zhang Shuo mentioned the difficulty, meaning that it would be strenuous and troublesome. Yao Cheng could see that his 2 colleagues had been bribed. Thinking of this, he went back to his room. "I don't want to chat with you anymore. I have something to do." Zhang Shuo and Lu Huaishan looked at each other and left together. They did have something to do. After lunch, they just chatted for a while. In the evening, the children of the ordinary people went home and talked to their families about the ball they used. Then, they wanted to drink herbal tea. Those whose families were well off promised to give them herbal tea tomorrow. Those whose families were not so well off remained silent. They had a good impression of the ball. With this, they would not have to worry about drowning. On the way, Li Longji heard a lot of children talking to adults about the river. He said to Li Qingqi, who was sitting next to him, "Brother Yi, you did well this time. Yesterday, I still haven't thought of how to settle the wages of the people watching over the river." In the end, Brother Yi made herbal tea and sold it. The ordinary people have an income and can still watch over their things. As for the little money that Zhuangzi makes, it doesn't matter. Today, when I saw the workers at the dock, I was going to ask Brother Yi if he could let them drink some good water. When Li Qingqi said this, he did not expect Li Yi to have a solution. He just wanted to ask, in case there was a solution. When the car arrived, they entered the single room in the canteen. There was beef today. It was a dead cow that was delivered in the morning. After inspection, it was edible. Then for dinner, Empress Wang wanted to eat noodles, wide noodles. Everyone ate beef noodles together. Li Yi and the other two ate the main course last. They wanted to drink some wine. Drinking wine in summer was still hot. Brother Yi, the people at the dock always drink water from the river. They can't afford herbal tea. Li Qingqi did not beat around the bush. Big brother, you want them to drink hot water to reduce diseases? We don't know what will come from the river upstream. Li Yi understood. They don't drink water with other things, even if it's boiled water. Li Qingqi lowered his requirements. Li Yi frowned. Even if it's just 1 coin for them to drink for a day, they still can't bear it. I know there's no other way. Li Qingqi held the wine cup and apologized. He had made things difficult for Li Yi. Li Yi did not hold the wine cup. Instead, he asked, Big brother, how's the football competition going? It's going well. It's making money. The advertising fee is getting higher and higher. The audience is willing to buy the popcorn and tea. Li Qingqi introduced the football competition. There were 22 counties in the capital. Each county would send 2 teams to play the competition. Even the last team would get money. The players were almost professional now. They were specially trained for the competition. They would also watch other teams' matches. Usually, there would be one in the morning and another in the afternoon. A part of the advertising fee was given to the teams according to their performance. Now, the money was distributed once per round. Otherwise, the players would not have enough food to eat and would not have the strength to play. Li Qingqi used the rest of the money to buy things and send them to Grief Tianfang. There were also some patients who could not afford to pay for the medicine. They would help to buy cheap medicine. Li Yi listened. When his big brother was almost done, he smiled and said, Big brother, you reminded me when you mentioned the advertising fee. The people who carry the work at the docks are usually reluctant to wear clothes. They just carry the things in burlap sacks. You can make clothes for them to wear and advertise on the clothes. They will wear the clothes for free. Big brother will take the advertising fee and let them drink water for free. Tea won't do. They sweat a lot and need to replenish their salt. So, it's best to drink soup without oil. This way, the soup can be drunk even when it gets cold. Oh, it's actually so simple. Li Qingqi clapped his hands hard. Li Longji shook his head. Simple? Of course it's simple. Uncle, is it useful to wear the advertisements on the clothes? Empress Wang ate a few mouthfuls of noodles and stopped. Without waiting for Li Yi to answer, Li Qingqi explained. If Brother Yi sets up a trading company called Li Yi Trading Company, all the people at the docks will wear clothes with the words Li Yi Trading Company written on it. When other ships passing by see it and want to buy or sell things, they will naturally ask Li Yi Trading Company what it is. Moreover, they are more willing to cooperate with powerful trading companies, especially when they buy and sell large quantities of goods. Li Yi Trading Company can make clothes and soup for so many people at the docks. It can be seen that its strength is ordinary. I see. Empress Wang thought for a while and nodded. Brother Yi, I will arrange it. Now, we don't have to worry about their skin getting sunburned or scratched. We also don't have to worry about them getting sick from drinking dirty water. There are also people who will get heatstroke and fever. Drink soup with salt in it. Even if they are hungry, they can eat wild vegetables to fill their stomach. Li Qingqi picked up the wine cup again. This time, Li Yi picked it up and drank together. Chapter 369. After dinner, Li Yi went to copy books. Li Longji and Li Qingqi couldn't sleep again. The two of them went out of Zhuangzi. There was a dock at Ba River. There were more than 30 docks around Chang'an, among which the Wei River was the largest. The two of them led the team to the dock at Ba River. During the day, the dock was bustling. At night, there were fewer idle people, but there were still many people loading and unloading goods. It cost a lot of money for a big ship to stop for an extra day. The goods that needed to be loaded at night had to be moved out of the city in half a day and lined up. The goods were unloaded at night and waited for dawn to be transported into the city. Torches swayed in the wind. The porters didn't have to look at their feet. They carried the goods and walked on the gangplank step by step. There was a big shelf on the dock. Under the shelf, there was an open cage. After loading the goods, the hand gourds were lifted up and brought to the shore. It was more convenient to hang hooks. The people on the ship and on the shore tied ropes and left a buckle. They hung the hooks up and lifted the goods. The hand gourds made by the craftsmen are getting more and more exquisite. Li Qingqi saw that the hand gourds were of different sizes. Brother Yi's things are used well by others. They will definitely improve them. Now, in the Tang dynasty, as long as there is a dock for water transportation, there will be hand gourds. Li Longji mentioned Li Yi. It was a good thing designed and invented by Li Yi. Businessmen still didn't care about using iron to make the gourds. A good lifting tool could speed up the progress of the project. When businessmen found good things, they spread the news quickly. If a dock didn't have one, a businessman would go over and talk about other docks, and this dock would immediately learn. It spread faster than farming tools. The farmers sometimes got used to the previous model, so it was a process for them to change. Businessmen only had profit in their eyes. They could save 2 days in a month and save nearly a month in a year. Li Qingqi watched as the man carrying the goods put a sack of chips on his shoulder, and the others lifted the sack with the goods on it. One sack after another was stacked high. The man held the sacks with one hand and supported it with the other. He tilted his head and walked on the gangplank, trembling a few times. After the goods were unloaded, they turned around and went to another gangplank. Some of them wiped the sweat off their faces with their hands after unloading the goods. They picked up the bamboo tube beside them and scooped some water from the large vat to pour over their heads. He then scooped a spoonful of rice into his mouth and poured it into his mouth. He then tossed the bamboo tube aside and carried the sack of chips onto the boat. Tomorrow, I'll set up the clothing association and advertise for the clothing industry. I'll learn from Brother Yi and Zhuangzi and do manual labor. Li Qingqi looked at the suffering of the people and clenched his fists. The Zhuangzi he was talking about was wearing a waistcoat. The cloth was made of canvas, so there were no sleeves in the way when he worked. At the same time, the opening of the waistcoat was very wide. Once he moved, the wind would blow through, and it would cool him down. As for the canvas, it was sturdy enough that even sharp objects couldn't pierce through it. Of course, Zhuangzi used the flatbed trolley the most. Who would be willing to carry it back and forth? It was tiring. Elder brother, go take care of it. Li Longji supported. Elder brother, look, Brother Yi will solve the problems of a small number of people today and another small number tomorrow. Today, he will take out a tool for planting seedlings and tomorrow, he will take out a tool for harvesting. Everything seems small. As more and more problems are solved, more and more tools will be produced. When you look back, you will find that there are too many changes. How many people are living because of Brother Yi? Li Longji wasn't an ordinary person who worked hard and worked step by step. He saw things from a different perspective. A little bit at a time. In winter, he could earn some money by picking ice, kneading mud, picking tea leaves, and making cannons. In total, it was equivalent to more than a year's income of an ordinary person. It was the same for farming tools. It saved the accumulation of strength and time. In winter, he could skate for the children in the fields to prevent them from falling into the ice hole in the river. In summer, he could take out money to make a large number of fart balls. At the same time, he could also solve the livelihood of some people who couldn't do manual labor. As for the dock porters, ordinary people only thought about how to find the cheapest things to boil water to drink. Brother Yi solved the problem from the root. As long as the advertising fee was high enough, the dock workers could even drink soup with meat. Thinking about meat, Li Longji suggested, "Brother, I see that there are people at the dock who can rest for a while. So, there's no need to make all the soup cold. If the advertising fee is high enough, cook the bones every 2 days and put in the cheap vegetables or wild vegetables." They brought dry food, so they can eat the vegetable soup. If the advertising fee is high, I'll take care of their meals. It's easy for me to earn money. With Brother E around, why should I keep the advertising fee? Li Qingqi was even more straightforward. He had invested in the farming by the seaside. The football field and the Craftsman Alliance had been making money. He bought Zhuangzi and made a lot of money from selling vegetables, cantaloupes, and watermelons in the winter. As King Song, if he didn't rebel, it was useless for him to have too much money. Besides, he would have more money to spend in the future. Since that's the case, brother, you can fork out money to repair the road. I'm poor here, and I can't even eat. Li Longji suddenly joked. Third brother, when the salt wells are dug out one by one and the gold in Lantian County is mined, you will be the richest man in the Tang dynasty. You should learn from Brother E and bribe the officials. If you have money, you should donate it. If you keep it, His Majesty will punish you. Ha 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 ha, Li Qingqi laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, right, His Majesty is narrow-minded. Aya. Li Longji also laughed. The next morning, the two of them left Zhuangzi in a hurry. Li Qingqi found someone to set up the clothing shop alliance. At the same time, he asked which shop had skilled tailors he could hire. If they were good enough, he would raise their position and pay and make them management staff. He also found someone to build a stove at the dock and find coal and firewood. At the same time, he also brought a big pot over. Seeing people setting up stoves at the dock, they were baffled. Who is selling food here? Someone asked, but the workers didn't know, and the commanders didn't say. It was easy to make a waistcoat. It could be cut into different sizes. It was fine if it was a little bigger. He just needed to sew a few pieces and lock them at the bottom. There was no need for buttons at the front. He just needed to sew a canvas strip made from the leftover cloth and tie it. Before noon, a batch of canvas waistcoats was finished. There were also words written on them, Clothing Shop Alliance. Li Qingqi decided to let the dock workers have a good meal for the first meal. At 9 o'clock in the morning, he went to the Li family Zhuangzi to buy things. He asked for stewed chicken and wild vegetables. It would be best to add some tofu. He asked for the chicken to be stewed in small pieces and not in big pieces. Otherwise, he was afraid that the people at the dock would snatch it and fight with them. Therefore, the people in the kitchen at the back of Zhuangzi directly removed the chicken and put it in the meat grinder to mince. They then soaked it in cold water to soak the blood foam out. When the hot water over there boiled, they poured it in directly. This time, the chicken was crushed. The fat on the chicken was shaved off and put into a big pot. After that, they scooped a spoonful of the mixture of fat and oil into the big pot for stewing chicken. In this way, there would be oil in every bowl of soup. This was called oil slick, and it was very deceptive. There was no tofu, but the dried tofu was shredded. Using the noodle press invented by Li Yi, very fine shredded tofu was pressed neatly. At Li Yi's time, the dried tofu in many small shops, such as the rice noodle shop, was pressed this way instead of cutting it. Cutting was very tiring. The shredded tofu was spread out in the soup. It seemed that it could be scooped out at any time. These vegetables were packed in big wooden buckets and sent away. The people at the dock cooked the rice themselves. Chapter 370. Let's take a break and change jobs. A foreman on the Ba Shui pier shouted. After his team unloaded their things, they went to get their food. Another foreman followed and shouted, "Change jobs, let's go." A group of people rushed to each position with sacks and took over. Those who were organized were like this. Those who were not organized would get a stick for each trip. When they stopped working, they would count the sticks. Such people were usually too skinny or stronger than others. Other teams were not willing to take thin people because they would delay things. Strong people did not want to join others and delay their own earning. The disadvantage of being organized was that they had to give some money to the organization and let others take the money that they worked so hard to earn. The advantage of being organized was that the organization would charter a boat and negotiate a price. No one was allowed to touch the boat. When there were fewer boats and fewer goods, they could not find work. Work not only required strength, but also cooperation. Others throwing sacks for you were stable and comfortable. It was two different things to stack the sacks yourself. There were two people at the Ba Shui pier who were the most interesting. One was Wang Xiaoxi and the other was Li Daniu. Wang Xiaoxi was over 2 meters tall, and his entire body was covered in lumps of meat. Li Daniu was shorter than Wang Xiaoxi by 2 heads and was skinny. Usually, when there was work, Li Daniu was responsible for stacking sacks for Wang Xiaoxi. Although he was skinny, he had strength and could throw sacks. In other words, Li Daniu's explosive strength was strong. Wang Xiaoxi didn't have the strength to throw things, but he could carry a lot of sacks at once. Other people carried sacks on their shoulders, but Wang Xiaoxi carried a board. Li Daniu threw the sacks on the board. A gunny sack of millet weighed more than 150 kilograms. An average person could carry 2 or 3 gunny sacks, and that was already considered impressive. He could carry 6 of them, and he didn't even sway when he walked. Li Daniu usually threw 5 sacks to Wang Xiaoxi and did not give him a 6th. He would carry one himself. The two of them carried more sacks than others. Both families had no people and no land, so they became runaways. They had just arrived a month ago and wanted to join the Li family Zhuangzi as migrant workers. When they arrived, they saw the Qianniu guards guarding the place. They did not know if they would be caught, so they did not dare to go over. Hence, they worked together at the dock. The two of them worked well together. Wang Xiaoxi ate a lot, while Li Daniu ate relatively less. The two of them were waiting for an opportunity to sneak over. It was time to eat again. Neither of them knew how to cook, so they used their wages to buy rice, pickled vegetables, and cold water. Otherwise, Wang Xiaoxi would not be able to eat his fill. The money was in Zhang Daniu's hands. He was meticulous and could save some money. At least if the clothes were worn out, he would have money to buy a new one. He was small, so he could wear any second-hand clothes. Wang Xiaoxi's figure could not fit into other people's clothes. "Xiaoxi, let's work another 4 hours this afternoon. I'll buy you a chicken to eat. You can't go without meat." Li Daniu said to Wang Xiaoxi. "Brother Daniu, you should eat too." Wang Xiaoxi swallowed his saliva when he heard that there was going to be meat. The two of them prepared to buy food. There were people at the docks who specialized in providing food for them. From the worst rice to wine and meat, there were all kinds of dishes. Different people ate different kinds of food. The two of them ate the worst food, but there were pickles. The rice was old, but there was no sand in it. Selling rice with sand counts, but what's the use of sand when cooking rice? Aren't they afraid of being beaten? "Everyone, come and eat. It's free. There's meat and tofu in the soup." "It's dried tofu." Someone shouted. Li Daniu and Wang Xiaoxi looked at each other. Wang Xiaoxi said, "I heard someone say that there's free food and meat." Li Daniu nodded, "I heard it too." "Is that possible? Who would be so stupid?" Wang Xiaoxi said. "Let's go and take a look. What if it's true?" Li Daniu did not believe it either. But since someone shouted, they would take a look. The two of them followed the voice and arrived at the place. There were several large pots that were emitting steam. The thick smell of chicken soup wafted out from the wooden barrels, causing them to salivate. There were already people queuing in front of them. There were 8 rows. Li Daniu pulled Wang Xiaoxi and found a line with fewer people to stand behind. Li Daniu was shorter than the others. He wanted to look in front, but it was tiring to jump. Wang Xiaoxi grabbed his trousers and pulled him up to his shoulders. This height was enough for him to be taller than everyone else. Li Daniu saw someone pressing his fingerprints on the clothes. He then took out a shirt without sleeves. Looking at the material, it was made of canvas. He then went to the side to get a bowl and filled it with rice. The person who got the rice scooped 2 spoonfuls of soup and gave him a pickled vegetable. "Brother Daniu, you're really giving us rice. I saw it in the soup. There's minced meat and a layer of oil on top." Wang Xiaoxi's eyesight was good. "You're giving us clothes. Why are you pressing your fingerprints? Don't sell us. I'll take a look later. I know a few words." Li Daniu was thinking about the clothes and the handprints. Giving food for free was like giving porridge. White clothes, and sturdy canvas clothes at that, who would be so stupid? Thinking about the handprints, there must be a problem. Clothing Alliance, what's that? Li Daniu saw the words on the clothes and was even more puzzled. When the people in front of them finished, it was their turn. Wang Xiaoxi put Li Daniu down. "Oh, you were the tallest in the line just now. Now that you're here, you're like a small mountain. Don't worry, there's a vest that you can wear. Our Clothing Alliance has thought of it." The person sitting there stood up and raised his head to look at Wang Xiaoxi. "What's with the handprints?" Li Daniu went up and asked. After pressing the handprints, it's the number of the person who will wear it on the day of work. Everyone has their own number and can't wear it randomly. If there's a dispute, compare the handprints and see whose handprints belong to. Otherwise, if some people wear and tear more than others, how do we calculate? The person in charge of registration said. "You're not looking at anything else?" Li Daniu asked again. "Are you trying to escape?" "We don't care. We only provide you with food and give you the vest. You have to wear it when you go to work and return it when you get off work." The person in charge of registration guessed it as soon as he heard that. However, he indicated that they weren't from the government. Who said that? We're not trying to escape. Why are you treating us so well?" Li Daniu wanted to ask clearly. "Do you see the words on the clothes? Clothing Alliance, this is an advertisement. Those who can read can understand it. Those who can't read will be curious and ask others. If you wear it and work at the docks, the passing ships will know that we are from the Clothing Alliance. In the future, we will change the advertisement." "I know. We hired people to spread the advertisement for you." "Okay, press your handprints. Hurry up, the food and soup will be finished soon." Li Daniu understood and hurried them. The 2 of them pressed their handprints and chose a number. Wang Xiaoxi received a vest that he could wear. He turned around to scoop the rice and stood there. The person who got the rice laughed, "Big fella, you can eat as much as you want. A bowl of rice, 2 spoonfuls of soup and a pickled vegetable. After you finish, you can scoop more. If he eats a lot, won't you lose out?" Li Daniu always had questions. He's tall and eye-catching. Everyone can see him just by standing there. What's there to be afraid of if he eats a lot? The person replied with a smile. When he scooped the rice for Wang Xiaoxi, he added half a spoonful of soup. If he scooped any more, there wouldn't be enough. The 2 of them carried their bowls and chopsticks and went to a place with fewer people. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Chapter 371. It's delicious. Wang Xiaoxi swung his chopsticks and a third of the bowl of rice, as well as the vegetable leaves, shredded tofu, and minced chicken, entered his mouth. He was careful when eating the pickled vegetables. He was afraid that he would be thirsty if he ate too much. He took a small bite and his eyes lit up. "Brother Daniel, the pickled vegetables are different from the ones you buy," he said as if he had discovered a secret treasure. "This is pickled vegetables. The mustard is marinated in the jar. After marinating, the taste of the pickled vegetables will be better, but the taste of the sauce will be worse." Li Daniel tasted a little and immediately judged. The price difference between pickled vegetables with salt and pickled vegetables with sauce was more than double. This type of pickled vegetables was especially expensive. "The soup is also good," Wang Xiaoxi commented on the soup. "There is no blood foam. The meat is so minced. How did you get rid of the foam?" Li Daniel did not know. "Okay." Wang Xiaoxi's chopsticks moved again. The big bowl of rice and soup were all in his stomach. He hesitated and asked Li Daniel, "Should I go and get the rice?" "I will go with you." Li Daniel had questions to ask. The two of them went over. Wang Xiaoxi shyly handed the bowl over. His size coupled with his expression at this moment made people feel very conflicted. The person who got the rice smiled and did not say anything. He took out 1/3 of the pickled vegetables from the bowl, scooped the rice, ladled the soup, and put the pickled vegetables back. "Where did you guys get the pickled vegetables? The taste is better than the ones I have eaten before." Li Daniel finally found a chance to ask. The person who got the rice turned his head and said, "Li family Zhuangzi." The soup was also bought from Zhuangzi. The other people beside him were excited. "No wonder it is so delicious. It is Li family Zhuangzi's food. The ready-made alliance is amazing. Isn't that so? Li family Zhuangzi's food can be bought. The pickled vegetables are marinated with fermented tofu sauce. Li family Zhuangzi's pickled vegetables are different from others. Hurry up and eat. This time I am relieved. The ready-made alliance has a strong foundation." "Yes. I thought we were cheated. I am impressed that they can buy vegetables from Li family Zhuangzi's cafeteria. I can't afford to go to heavenly earth, but I can eat better soup and pickles." Everyone began to discuss enthusiastically. When they ate it again, they felt that the taste was different from before. It was amazing. Li Qingqi had changed into ordinary clothes and was also eating with a bowl in his hand. He knew that the soup used oil and ground chicken, but he wasn't worried about eating it. The most reassuring thing about Brother Yi was the food. He did not want to go anywhere else, it was too far from Zhuangzi, but close to the Baishui pier. He ate a few mouthfuls, laughed, and muttered to himself, "Sloppy soup, yet the taste is still not bad." In the whole of Chang'an, only the Li family Zhuangzi can cook for all the dockworkers at the same time with a notice more than 2 hours in advance. He couldn't see other places, but in front of him, he realized that the dockworkers could really eat. He planned to go back and ask Brother Yi if he could earn back the advertising fees if he only provided soup and no food in the future. He saw people who didn't have much meat on their bodies eating bowl after bowl of rice. After a big pot of rice was filled, another pot would be changed, and rice would be cooked again. Even so, there were still people waiting. The number of people waiting in line increased, and Li Qingqi couldn't eat anymore. He instructed a person beside him, "Go and tell Brother Yi that there's no more food here." The person who was instructed ran away from the pier, mounted a horse, and ran a few steps. He entered Zhuangzi and found Songda, "There's not enough food. Come, send the food over. Send it to all the docks. Be quick." Songda glanced at the other party and instructed the farmer. Carriages carrying small rice, yellow rice, sorghum rice, and pancakes rushed out. Seeing the carriages leave, the messenger scratched his head. Dongzhu said that the dockworkers have a bigger appetite, so they probably didn't prepare enough food. Especially the soup, they would finish a bowl after 2 mouthfuls. We have been cooking and pancakes here. It's the first day we are delivering food to others, so we can't embarrass ourselves. There's still some leftover beef from yesterday. I'll give you a piece. Take it. Songda said as he took a large piece of marinated beef that weighed more than 10 jin. The messenger understood that the meat wasn't for him but for King Song. However, since King Song and Li Yi were close friends, Songda couldn't say that it was for King Song. After all, it wasn't his place to give food. He left with 10 jin of sliced beef and garlic paste. His speed was fast, and he caught up with the carriage that Zhuangzi sent to Baishui Pier. They arrived together. No one paid attention to him. The people at the pier were all looking at the luxurious carriages carrying pots of rice. It was all white rice. When the lids were opened, the rice grains were revealed. It wasn't watery at all. It was dry rice, and the fragrance of rice with a hint of rice husk spread in the air. Alright, there's food. Everyone, come and get your food. The person in charge of getting the food heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, they didn't have to wait for the rice in the pot to be cooked. Oh my god, the Qingyi Alliance is taking food from Li family Zhuangzi. Hurry up and get the food. Even if I'm stuffed to death today, I must eat more. The pier became lively again. Li Qingqi saw so much spiced beef. He couldn't finish it, and there wasn't enough for his subordinates to share. He looked up and saw a tall man. He picked up about a jin of beef slices and stuffed a pile of meat slices into the mouth of the person who ran back. Give it to the person who is taller than the others. Hurry up and eat. When it's delivered, you can eat more. Li Qingqi said. Yes, yes, yes. The man chewed hard and picked up the spiced beef wrapped in paper. He slowly walked over and ate as he walked. When he reached the tall man, he had already eaten more than a jin of spiced beef. He didn't even taste it and only focused on eating. Big guy, here you go. He said and stuffed the paper bag into Wang Xiaoxi's arms. He turned around and ran to drink soup. He felt choked. Wang Xiaoxi grabbed a big bag of spiced beef and didn't know what to do. In the afternoon, Li Qingqi found Li Yi, who had just finished copying a medical book. Brother Yi, they can eat too much. I don't think they can earn back the advertising cost by providing food. Li Qingqi sipped a mouthful of iced herbal tea and sat there sighing. Didn't we agree to give them warm water yesterday? Today is the first day. Just give them a meal, and in the future, it will be soup. Li Yi persuaded. He knew what his brother was thinking. He wanted to eat until he became fat. Look at the way they eat. It's like they have been hungry for days. Li Qingqi finally realized that people of the same size could eat 4 or 5 times more than him. They eat like that all the time. The money they earn from working is enough for them to eat their fill. But I have a way to lower the price of their food. It will only affect the people who sell food at the pier. Li Yi had a way to solve the problem of the price in the face of the pier workers eating too much. If the price was solved, it would be a blow to the people who rely on selling food to make money. Brother Yi, tell me. I might not be able to use it. Li Qingqi's vocabulary of adverbs suddenly became rich. Food and beverage discount advertising model. For example, if I want to sell food in Zhuangzi, I will sell it to the pier workers at cost price. They will spend less money. Then I will pull up a banner and write, Li family Zhuangzi's food is too delicious. After eating one bowl, I want to eat another bowl. If you don't believe me, take a look. Of course, the people who work at the pier will eat another bowl after eating one bowl, unless the bowl is as big as a basin. Others don't know about it. They just want to try it. Once they get off the boat, they will come to Zhuangzi to eat. Li Yi said another advertising model. Li Qingqi. Chapter 372. There's no need to rely on the port for transportation. There's always a heartwarming friendship in the new alliance. There's no need to stand in 3 parts of the world. Lofty sentiments surging like waves. The sun shines in the sunset. The beautiful scenery never sinks. Li Qingqi, who thought that he knew the advertising industry very well, realized that he was a baby after listening to Li Yi's words. In the hands of Brother Yi, an advertisement could be used to great effect. Little Brother Yi, tell me, should I do as you say? Those who sell rice are businessmen. It's not easy for them to work. Li Qingqi asked Li Yi, with obvious prejudice in his words. In his heart, the status of businessmen couldn't be compared to the status of workers. Big brother, go and find out about the overall profits of the rice sellers and the profits of the labor force workers. If the overall profits are high, discuss with them and reduce the labor force workers a little. If the profits of the labor force workers are also high, then naturally, you have to reduce it. This profit refers to the profit after deducting the entry fee. Not all rice sellers can sell at the port. Every port is controlled by a powerful force. Some of them are controlled by several forces and then compromise with each other. Li Yi gave a suggestion. It was just like how he advertised that officials should be honest, but he bribed them. This was the way to advertise. Whether an official was corrupt or not depended on what the official did. If an official in a poor county was punished for corruption, the people would celebrate with firecrackers. If an official led a county to increase the income of the people by more than 10 times, the local people would be unhappy if they wanted to punish him for some money. The policy of raising honest officials with high salaries was created to deal with this. There were also some who tacitly agreed that when the local officials led everyone to become rich, they would also become rich. Li Yi didn't talk about the port now. He wanted to deal with the forces behind the scenes. After dealing with one batch, there would be another batch. The superstructure required a balance. In a balance, they would develop production technology and transform it into productivity. At the same time, they would strengthen faith education and system recognition education. Li Qingqi listened and noted it down carefully. He wanted to send someone to investigate. With a trump card in hand, he felt that he had a bargaining chip to negotiate with those people. If you don't do it when I ask you to, don't blame me for personally making you unable to sell your rice. Big brother, don't be so quick to take revenge. Li Yi looked at his big brother and was afraid that his big brother would bully others for fun. No, there's no such thing. Brother Yi, on the other hand, you always give people the impression that you can negotiate even if they provoke you. Don't you want to have a good time? Li Qingqi talked about how the businessmen had bullied Li Yi in the past, and Li Yi would always softly retaliate. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Yi had dealt with those people from Lantian County, he would have thought that this was his personality. Achieving one's goal is the most satisfying. Compared to the joy of killing someone, it's not as satisfying as saving someone's life. If I want to kill, there's no one I can't kill. That's why I don't want to bully people like that. It's meaningless for an adult to bully a child. As a politician, he should prioritize the implementation of administrative policies. Those who were capable could make their political opponents submit without batting an eyelid. People with average abilities could find something to use against their political opponents and impeach them. Those who don't have the ability, use radical methods to kill the other party. Li Yi explained the relationship between will, goal, status, and means. Li Qingqi narrowed his eyes and thought a lot. The most regrettable thing was that if he had met Brother Yi alone 10 years ago, perhaps, oh, no, Brother Yi was only 7 years old at that time. The current him had long lost his ambition to look down on the world. If that position was given to him, he wouldn't sit there. It was too tiring and he had to scheme against people all day long. In the afternoon, the docks became more lively than before. Wearing the canvas vest on their bodies, the porters were like children who had received a new toy. They touched it left and right, and the weight of the canvas made them feel at ease. After putting on the sleeveless clothes, she no longer had to worry about being scratched and leaving a swollen red mark on her body. Or, she might even get a cut. Moreover, the sun couldn't directly shine on their bodies, so there was less of a burning sensation. The other most important thing was that when the laborers at the docks found out that the lunch was from Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi, they felt as if they had eaten an elixir. It was obviously a soup of ordinary chicken puree with vegetable leaves and dried tofu, but it made them taste the delicious wine. When the sacks of chips were placed on their shoulders again, they no longer felt uncomfortable. Although they had been doing it every day and had developed calluses, they still felt uncomfortable every time they did it. For a moment, the loading and unloading of goods at the docks was much more efficient than before. The people on the passing ships were dumbfounded. All the porters at the docks were wearing the same canvas clothes without sleeves. The same words were written on their clothes, Ready-Made Clothing Alliance. What's a ready-made clothing alliance? The people on the passenger ship were shocked. I don't know, I only see that their clothes are neat. I know, ready-made clothing stores are ready-made clothing stores, and an alliance is a union of ready-made clothing stores. I remember, Chang'an has an alliance of craftsmen. They're called the Workers' Alliance. Is it the Qing Alliance now? E-Alliance. Amazing, their clothes are obviously made by the Ready-Made Clothing Alliance. Where's the E-Alliance? When I get off the ship, I'll go take a look and see if there are any nice clothes. I'll buy 2 sets or order some. Find a ready-made clothing store and ask if it's the E-Alliance. If it's the E-Alliance, we'll do it there. If it's not, we'll go to another store. Yes, the weather is hot. I don't have many silk clothes to change into. I need to buy new clothes. The people on the passenger ship spoke one after another. Those who didn't plan to buy clothes were now tempted. The shopkeepers and owners on the cargo ship saw the clothes of the dock porters and then looked at their own subordinates. They were considering whether to buy a set for their subordinates. Because their subordinates were still bare-chested, they looked at others with envy when they saw that they had sturdy new clothes. Other businessmen who arrived in Chang'an with the goods saw the scale of the Ready-Made Clothing Alliance. They had already heard that all the docks in Chang'an, regardless of whether they were permanent or temporary workers, had a new set of clothes and provided lunch and soup. This was called scale, and this was called strength. Who didn't know that canvas was sturdy? But they also knew that the price of canvas was very high. The people behind the Workers' Alliance and the E-Alliance are not ordinary. A big businessman who was transporting all kinds of cloth from the south stood at the bow of the ship and said, "Brother Feng, it seems that we need to talk to the people of the E-Alliance," someone standing next to him said. "Enter the city and see how many ready-made clothing stores in Chang'an have joined the Ready-Made Clothing Alliance. Then, see if the cloth companies that supply the stores have also joined. Brother Feng, where do you think those people are from?" The person next to him pointed at the extra group of people at the docks. To be precise, there were 2 groups of people. There was a distance between them. The person called Brother Feng looked over and saw a group of people setting up a table. Then, they opened the bundles and the pants inside spilled out. Another group of people also set up a table. They seemed to have taken out a pouch. The porters who were resting went to line up again. After they finished lining up in one place, they changed to another. "Send someone to ask," Brother Feng said. Someone on the ship used another ship to jump over and came back not long after. The 2 groups that came are from the Proper Clothing Alliance and the Roan Clothing Alliance. The Righteous Uniform Alliance gave him a pair of canvas trousers. The trousers were shorter, and they were called 3/4 trousers. The Song Clothing Alliance gave us a pouch. It's a very wide pouch that can be folded. It can be placed on the shoulder instead of the gunny sack. The person who came back reported to Brother Feng. Chapter 373. Heaven on earth gathers in the imperial court, the emperor does not leave behind grievances. Never worries about anything, no one needs to ask about new screens. Brother Feng and the person beside him looked at each other, and the two of them discovered the same situation. Why is it so similar to the Craftsman Alliance? The person beside him said. 3 parts of the world, 3 pillars of the tripod, stable. Brother Feng seemed to understand something. Who do you want to talk to? Everyone. The two of them began to discuss, including the price, to see if there was any agreement on price between the 3 alliances. From time to time, there was a burst of laughter at the docks. The porters originally wore pants without any other clothes. Now that they had been given new pants, they had to change into them, so, there was a passenger ship near the shore. Many women stuck their heads out to look, then spat and turned their heads away. After a few breaths, they looked again and spat again. The people who changed into the new pants tried the pouch and felt full of energy, as if their little universe was about to explode. The main thing was that the pants were designed well. The pants were short, so they didn't have to worry about scratching something and tripping themselves. The pants they wore were rolled up, and when they weren't working, they were rolled down. They couldn't bear to cut off a part of the pants. When they were outside, what was the point of having pants that were a bit short? The key was that the pants were specially designed with external pockets. After a trip, according to the number of sticks they had moved, they could stuff them in. Previously, they had used a cloth pocket, which wasn't close to the body. The pouch could be folded, and when folded, it was thick enough to press things down to the shoulders. When it was unfolded, it could be used to cover the face, and when resting for a while, it could be used as sunlight. From the clothes to the pants to the pouch, all of the designs were so considerate. The people from Rongi Alliance who gave the pouch measured each person's feet one by one. It's really too rushed, so the shoes can't be made. In 3 to 5 days, everyone will have new shoes. Because our Rongi Alliance's pouch has a small advertising space, after everyone wears the new shoes, remember to say that it's comfortable when others ask. The slogan is, Rongi Rongi, the most consistent. Don't forget, when the shoes are broken, we'll mend them, and if they're rotten, we'll replace them. The people whose feet were measured nodded vigorously. Wasn't it just shouting a slogan, saying that their shoes were good, no problem? What was going on today? So many great benefactors, giving clothes and a full set. When it was time to eat at night, the 3 prime ministers and Wei Zhigu, who had been dragged over by Zhang Shua, sat in a single room and looked at the scenery downstairs through the glass window. Many people were passing by with new clothes in their hands. Usually, such a scene would not be seen. The Qingyi Alliance, Zhengyi Alliance, and Rongi Alliance. King Song has moved again. Just like the Craftsman Alliance, the 3 alliances are competing with each other. Zhang Shua looked outside and said to the 3 of them with a smile. Chaos, complete chaos. This alliance, that alliance, it's getting harder and harder for the imperial court to manage. Once our influence grows, others will follow suit. What should we do? Yao Chong attacked the alliance model from the perspective of the concentration and combination of private capital. Lu Huaishan glanced at Yao Chong and said, originally, there was an alliance, but it was done in secret. Now that it's out in the open, I think it's easier to manage. Did the imperial court acknowledge the existence of the past? Now that you've admitted it, there's going to be an alliance that teaches people to believe this and that, and then. Yao Chong spoke again from the perspective of religious belief and rebellion. Isn't the Craftsman Alliance managed by Wei Zhigu? Zhigu, what do you think? Zhang Shua asked Wei Zhigu. Wei Zhigu thought for a moment and said, it's all right. When the 3 Craftsman Alliances have new technology, they will file it with the Ministry of Works. This means that if the Ministry of Works carries out a project, they will see if it can be used. When calculating the cost, they will include the new technology in it. This way, they can save money for Zhuozong. The Ministry of Works will take out a file and place it in the Works Supervisor and the Ministry of Finance. The manufacturing of weapons might also be able to use the new technology. These are all things that benefit the imperial court. Wei Zhigu spoke up for Wei Zhigu. He indeed thought so. He believed that the Qingyi Alliance would follow the Craftsman Alliance's method and submit new clothing designs. For example, what clothing would be more comfortable and warm for soldiers fighting in winter? Yao Chong also had something to say. If the two alliances managed by King Song are like this, who can guarantee that others will do the same? Since Li Yi brought out the Craftsman Alliance, he must have a countermeasure. Lu Huaishan directly mentioned Li Yi. He was not worried. There are many mosquitoes and flies in the house during summer. Who will go and ask? Yao Chong changed the topic. Feeling the loss of power and favor, he was very anxious. As the Prime Minister of the Imperial Court, he had to watch a young man go back and forth. Empress Wang decided to move over and wait for her child to be born. His Majesty went at night and returned at dawn. Logically speaking, His Majesty should be tired from running between two places. When he saw His Majesty every day, he found that His Majesty was full of energy. It was obvious that he rested better in Zhuangzi. In the past, His Majesty would occasionally look for him in the garden, at the back for a meal and a drink. It had been many days since His Majesty called him over. What was the point of being the Prime Minister? Seeing Yao Chang's expression, Zhang Shuo was secretly delighted. He had tried his best to stop Yao Chong from becoming the Prime Minister, but His Majesty had already made up his mind and distanced himself from him. Now it's your turn, Yao Chong. I'll let you experience it. While they were each thinking of their own ideas, Li Longji arrived at Zhuangzi as expected. As Yao Chong saw, Li Longji did not sleep with the other concubines at night. He was in good spirits. At the same time, the quality of sleep in Zhuangzi was high. He was at ease and did not have the coldness of the palace. Everyone in Zhuangzi was trustworthy. In particular, Li Longji always believed that Li Yi had special martial skills. If all the places rebelled and besieged Zhuangzi, Brother Yi would be able to solve it. He no longer ate the food that others tasted and let cool, or the food that was cooled and then reheated. He slept well, ate well, and was in a good mood. Naturally, his body was in good health. He did not need to personally walk to and from work every day. When he arrived at Zhuangzi, Li Longji saw someone using a flatbed cart to transport things away. When he saw Li Yi, he asked, "I just sent them away. Do they look like windows to me?" "Third brother, wash your hands first. Let's talk while we eat." Li Yi did not immediately answer. Li Longji quickly finished cleaning up and came over to eat together. Tonight, they were eating a large plate of chicken. There were no potatoes, so they used yams instead. The chicken was all large pieces. The sauce on it looked very appetizing. The noodles were ready. As long as Empress Wang said that they were eating the main dish, they would immediately cook it and put it in the large plate of chicken mixed with the soup. Empress Wang said that she wanted to eat wide noodles, but not the kind that was mixed with sauce and put in soup. So Li Yi made a large plate of chicken and ate it with the soup. After Li Longji learned of the situation, he nodded to Li Yi in admiration. His wife was always thinking about eating new things. If it was anyone else, they would have been tortured to death. Only Brother Yi was tenacious and capable. The three of them continued to drink. Empress Wang added a dish of stir-fried vegetables and mixed mushrooms to replenish her vitamins. She could not only eat chicken and yams. She just wanted to taste these two things. Li Longji ate a piece of chicken first, then drank a glass of wine. He said to Li Yi, "Just now, third brother, are you asking about the window frames? It's too hot for outsiders to use. Mosquitoes and flies breed in places with a lot of water. They have to smash the walls and change the windows. I thought that they were reluctant to use tool, so they changed it to a cheap and easy to make window screen. It can keep mosquitoes and flies out. It doesn't cost much. The door is also fine, but there needs to be a horizontal bar in the middle. Otherwise, it won't be able to hold the new window screen. Li Yi introduced the little thing he had just created. One cost 10 coins, while the other cost 20 coins. It wouldn't take long for him to make one himself, especially after work. He could find some time to drill and wear it for 2 days. The materials would probably cost about 3 to 4 yuan, which would be enough. In 2 days, he had earned 16 copper coins. As a result, many commoners began to look for bamboo. Several households found a few stalks and broke them apart to use. They were also divided into drilling holes and threading hemp ropes to cooperate with each other. At noon, Chang'an was full of news about the new window screen technology. There were also pictures of who could wear it better than who could wear a hemp rope. Naturally, Yao Chong knew about it. After lunch, Zhang Shua was drinking tea and laughing. He was not afraid of having a stomachache. Yao Chong was also sitting in the main hall. He was sipping tea with a smile on his face. Look, I've finally found a reliable way to solve the problem I've been thinking about. I'm relieved. Yes, yes. Zhang Shua nodded. There was nothing to say, as long as he was happy. The mosquitoes and flies can be kept out. It's really difficult to sleep without a mat. Yao Chong brought up another matter. If you don't have a mat, then make one. What kind of technique is this? The commoners know how to weave mats themselves. Every household has one. As long as they have time, they can weave it. Zhang Shua did not feel that the matter of the mat required any additional techniques. There will always be a faster way. Yao Chong was certain. Zhang Shua shook his head and returned to his room with his teacup. He realized that Yao Chong was bewitched. He did not worry about the country's affairs and sat there thinking about how to give Li Yi a difficult problem. The Minister of Personnel also gave Li Yi a difficult problem. 42 students, 3 from Lantian County, and 38 from the other 19 counties. There was an extra person who could not be distributed. This was troublesome. Cui Ryong decided to throw the trouble to Li Yi. He sent someone to send the list of people and counties to Zhuangzi and let Li Yi make the decision. Li Yi filled in the list easily. There was an extra person. Zhao Donglin, who was first in Class A, was not on the list. He called the students over and read them one by one. In the end, Zhao Donglin was not on the list. Everyone looked at Zhao Donglin. Zhao Donglin's expression was calm. Prepare yourselves. You will be taking office on the 8th of April. Remember to watch, listen, and think. Try not to speak. The county magistrate is in charge of arresting and other work. Zhuangzi will give each of you 100 taels of money. Bring the money to take office. Treat the bailiffs to wine. Tell them that Zhuangzi will not forget them. Tell them to worry more when doing things. The same goes for the registrar. Take care of the accounts and check the records. The registrar who is already in office must answer correctly. Give the civil servants whatever they like. Don't worry about money. Now you are using money to quickly buy experience. It is an investment. The return is that you understand the local situation. Li Yi reminded the students. Otherwise, they would write back every 2 to 3 days to complain about the troubles they encountered. What if there is a problem? Fu Kedao, who was in 4th place, asked. If the registrar finds a problem, write it down. If the county magistrate finds a wrong, write it down as well. Write back and hand it to me. You can't handle it. Li Yi made the arrangements. He did not care about financial matters. Money matters were easy to solve. However, cases were different. Those who were wronged and those who should be sentenced were free. The victims had to bear the consequences alone. It affected their whole life. Everyone wanted to go back and prepare their luggage. Li Yi called out to Zhao Donglin. Donglin, you are now the same as them. You have an official's salary. They have real power in the local areas. You stay in Zhuangzi. When they write back about the situation, you have to categorize it. See where the problems lie. Think about it. If you were in the same position, and you were the one who had problems, how would you continue to hide it? You are the investigating officer. What do you think you should do? When you are done, I will ask you. Then we will have a Q&A session. Li Yi said to Zhao Donglin. Zhao Donglin, who had a calm look on his face, was agitated. He looked at Li Yi and opened his mouth. Dongzhu, you were able to get first place. This shows that you are better at writing the current affairs policy. When you are explaining, your words are clearer. You are in charge of the overall work. It is easy to become an official in the local areas. You just have to spend money. However, you do not have the ability. If you go down, you will find that you are restricted. Li Yi said a few more words, indicating that Zhao Donglin would be prepared to deal with the problems of the 20 counties. Zhao Donglin walked away happily. He knew that it was not difficult to become an official. Dongzhu was able to invite the Minister of Personnel and a group of other officials before the imperial examinations. Wasn't it easy to assign a job? Looking at the rankings of the imperial examinations, there were 42 people in Zhuangzi who participated. In the end, all 42 of them were ranked at the top. Li Yi sat there and shook his head. The local matters were simple. The methods were the same. The only difference was that the evidence was hidden very deeply. If one wanted to dig up the accounts and cases, it would affect the interests of many people. The final game was not in the local areas. It was in the top. Whoever can jump out of the circle can deal with it. Li Yi concluded. Chapter 375. It's hard to restrain the sorrow, but it still summons the Yulin silk. The best general in the military, the best in the liberal arts. Cool storage houses, the busiest docks. In the past, they were not invited, but now they came to ask. On the 8th day of the 4th lunar month, 20 luxurious carriages carrying 41 students set off. They brought their own appointment documents, and no officials from the Ministry of Appointments sent them off. The carriages were filled with copper, silk, pickled vegetables, fermented bean curd, toilet water, and some paper used as side paper. The students' families did not accompany them, so they went to their posts themselves. It was not far anyway. There were 3 days off every month, so the carriages would come early to pick them up and send them back after a night's stay. The students' families hid in their houses and did not come out, afraid of crying. The officials from the Ministry of Appointments are wrong. The organization department should send them off at such a short distance. Li Yi criticized the Ministry of Appointments. The people in the Political Affairs Hall had different expressions when they heard the news. Yao Chong was happy. They're finally going to do something for the country. I have high hopes for them. I don't think they'll be able to do anything. They've just entered the bureaucracy and are not familiar with government affairs. Lu Huaishan had another opinion. Zhang Shuo waved his fan. I'm not worried about that. If there's trouble, Li Yi will take care of it. When it came to Li Yi, the conversation could not continue. Li Longji, who was sitting in Xingqing Hall, was still in high spirits after he finished reading a stack of memorials. He asked Gao Lisher, "Today is the day the officials from the 20 counties of the capital take up their posts." "Yes, they've probably left early in the morning. They can reach the furthest counties before nightfall." Gao Lisher replied. "I can't count on the imperial relatives. They have no administrative ability at all. They didn't collect a single cent from the promised business tax. Li Longji was angry. He thought that those people would be able to do something. In the end, they were deceived by their subordinates, and the imperial relatives who were keeping an eye on them took the opportunity to impeach them. It was a mess. What was even more infuriating was that the county officials pushed some of the old debts to the imperial relatives. Li Longji did not know what to say about the imperial relatives who fell into the trap. He really wanted to capture all the officials of the 20 counties and behead them, but he knew that it was useless. Even if he killed one batch, there would be another batch. Gao Lisher listened from the side and couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, it's not that they're incompetent, it's just that they know the severity of the business tax. They would rather suffer a little loss." Li Longji fell silent. Then, he felt sad. He wanted to pull in a wave of people and fight a wave of people, but in the end, those people were timid. "How's the Winged Knights?" Li Longji thought about how many people were disobedient and wanted to use force. 30,000 men have been gathered and are currently training in the Forbidden Garden. Of the 90,000 horses, only 55,300 have arrived. The rest are on their way. Gao Lisher was very concerned about this matter and would always ask about it. "How's Li Yi's choice of Guozi?" Li Longji thought of someone. Back then, Li Yi had specifically mentioned a person in the martial arts examination outside the examination hall. Someone else had gone over to keep an eye on him. In the end, they found that he was very good at everything and surpassed many people by a large margin. They evaluated him as an abnormal grade, an extra grade above a grade. He's trained well and eager to learn. He'll borrow some of the military books and maps in the palace after he's read some. If not for the fact that he's training the emperor's private soldiers, he would have gone to the other old generals to ask for guidance on military tactics. He's an individual and passed down the techniques of using various weapons. The training is very fierce. Although he's not as good as Li Yi, he's still able to make the non-commissioned officer complain. If not for the good food, the non-commissioned officer wouldn't have been able to persevere. "Good, Brother Yi has chosen good people for me. If not for Brother Yi training the non-commissioned officer himself, I would have sent someone else to train him." Li Longji was very regretful. The soldiers trained by Li Yi had strong willpower, sufficient stamina, and quick reactions. Gao Lisher comforted him again, "Send them out to guard the caravan. With actual combat experience, I believe they'll improve very quickly." "Yes, send them out. If they die or are injured, compensate them and recruit new people." "No, recruit now. Recruit 3,000 more and train them together," Li Longji instructed. The common people didn't know about the matters of the imperial court and didn't understand the game within. There used to be no screens. Now, as long as there were windows and doors, they would buy them or make them themselves. The screen on the door didn't have a pivot. It was a curtain that hung down. The common people improved it themselves. It was also woven with hemp. The edges were all locked with scraps of cloth. The bottom was stuck to the ground and hung with a piece of bamboo or a piece of wood. The advantage was that it saved them the trouble of installing the pivot. The disadvantage was that they had to push it with their hands. If they pushed too much, the hemp thread would jump out. Even so, they could open the windows during the day and night. They weren't afraid of mosquitoes and flies. The main problem was the mosquitoes at night. Some mosquitoes were accidentally brought in. They would be swatted away before going to sleep. Among the common people, the people who changed the most were the porters working at the docks. A few days ago, they had a full set of clothes. Yesterday, they also wore new shoes. The cloth shoes were made of pig skin with many holes. They looked beautiful and stable when they wore them. The pig skin shoes were resistant to ships. When things scraped against them, they wouldn't scratch the instep. A pair of shoes made of pig skin wasn't cheap. If it wasn't for the fact that they weren't allowed to bring them home after work, they really wanted to wear them home. When they drank water, there was hot soup and cold water with salt at the side. They could drink it together. It wasn't hot and it was refreshing. When they ate, they didn't need to pay for pickled vegetables. However, they weren't pickled with sauce anymore. As long as they brought their own food, it was cheaper than buying it. The porters were grateful to the 3E alliances. The number of customers of the 3E alliances increased. Those who didn't want to join the alliance were working hard to apply. When they were invited, they rejected it. The alliance wanted to collect fees. They felt that they earned money by making clothes with their own ability, so why should they pay them? Especially when there were some rules in the alliance that made them angry. For example, when the alliance asked the clothing stores in the alliance to make a certain type of clothes, the stores would only pay the cost. At the same time, they had to put down all other work and make the clothes that the alliance requested. Also, when the alliance asked them to reject a big customer, all the members of the alliance couldn't accept it. There were many restrictions. Some stores didn't want to do it. Now, they regretted it. The E-Alliance worked together to bargain with the cloth merchants. If they didn't lower the price, no one would buy it. The cloth merchants had no choice but to lower the price. All the members of the alliance reported their demand for the cloth. When they bought it, they realized that it was 10% cheaper than before. What was even more confusing was that the sailors needed new clothes made of canvas. The alliance only stopped for one night. The 100 sailors requested that the clothes be ready when the boat set sail tomorrow morning. They could be given extra wages. The individual clothing stores saw the business in front of them, but they couldn't accept it. The E-Alliance took it and distributed it. Everyone worked overtime at night. When it was done, they would send it over in the morning and earn money. As long as it was a big deal, the alliance wouldn't touch the individual stores. If they needed anything, they would find the E-Alliance and everything would be solved. Seeing that the price of the goods was higher than their peers, they couldn't make any money. Don't think about it. Quickly choose one to join. Apply, fill in the form, pay the deposit, wait for the review, and give a reply within half a month. At the same time, they told them that even if they passed, they had to take care of the shops that joined first. The conditions were harsh. The clothing stores accepted it. Chapter 376. The industry's consumption was high, and quality was high. The 100th anniversary of a child was approaching. Those who did not become doctors would become immortals. Li Longji got off work early today and finished his work. He went to see a concubine at around 2:30 p.m. and came out at 3:30 p.m. with a rosy complexion. It was Li Yi who mentioned this to him, asking him to find time to do it once. It was a matter of living habits. He had many women, and he had to stay with a pregnant woman for many days. If he was like Li Yi, he only had one wife. He did not need to go outside to find a wife. Positive energy. Li Longji, who was both physically and mentally happy, sat in the carriage on his way to the manor. Along the way, he read the book from the Hunan magistrate, Bai Go, which he had already read once. Bai Gu said that the number of chickens and ducks in Hunan had doubled. At the end of the month, it would increase by more than 30%. The people would hatch the eggs manually. After harvesting the rice, they would harvest the rice and throw the chickens and ducks into the field. After the eggs were laid, they would look at them. If they could see the chickens and ducks, they would hatch them immediately. Their own family did not have many eggs. A few families worked together to hatch the eggs every day. After 20 days, the chickens were hatched. After a month, the ducks were hatched. The next day, new chickens and ducks were hatched. At night, they would light a fire and catch locusts. They would put them in a pot and blanch them with hot water. The next day, they would dry them. After they were dried, they would be stored and used in the winter for poultry and pigs. Bai Gu also said that he heard from the merchants that other places were hatching chickens. The price of pigs was high. The people found a reason to comfort themselves. They did not care about anything else. The most important thing was to catch locusts and make money. Li Longji looked at the words. An image appeared in his mind. Many people were busy catching locusts. The chickens and ducks were also working hard. The big chickens and ducks were eaten by themselves. When they had children, they would catch locusts and feed them to the small ones. Pigs grew bigger and bigger every day, squealing loudly. Li Longji came to Zhuangzi. Empress Wang looked at him and leaned forward to smell him. San Lang, hurry up and take a bath. Uncle has some good rouge and face powder here. Bring it with you when you leave tomorrow. What's this smell? It's too strong. Li Longji chuckled and went to take a bath. Then, he asked Li Yi for something. He admitted that his empress's nose was very sharp, and her evaluation of cosmetics was also on point. Li Yi had been dealing with cosmetics recently. He didn't want to sell them. He wanted to bribe them. He bought the best rouge and face powder in Chang'an. He directly analyzed the ingredients and then listed them in a table. Then, he mixed the relevant ingredients separately and looked at the ratio. Usually, it was the essential oil distilled from flowers. People nowadays knew how to use it. Then, it was mixed with other natural spices, such as sandalwood, vanilla, and so on. Some expensive spices even contained mercury and lead. The cinnabar in the ore was also used as a dye, and the pearl powder added luster. After mixing it with sesame oil and animal fat, it became a variety of cosmetics. Li Yi only needed to know the ingredients. He didn't need to know other people's craftsmanship. He had his own. After the products were made, Empress Wang, the palace maids, and the eunuchs would evaluate them. Empress Wang was more restrained because she was pregnant. The palace maids and eunuchs smelled all kinds of things and found that there was no smell. During dinner, Li Longji didn't ask any questions. Li Qingqi talked about the 3 E leagues. Compared to the previous data, the shops in the E leagues had an obvious increase in income. Brother Yi, there were people buying clothes in the past. Now, there are still people buying clothes. Is it because of summer? Li Qingqi wanted to learn. After knowing how much money they made, he still couldn't understand. There are people buying clothes made of canvas, so there are more clothes, Li Yi said. It's not considered canvas. People can make canvas slowly when they have time. Li Qingqi shook his head. It's because of the influence of publicity. The consumption is ahead of schedule. In addition, the living standards of the people have improved this year. When the weather is hot, they still need to buy new clothes. They have been collecting tea leaves. People who should be making clothes at home go to pick tea leaves. They only need to take out a small portion of the money they earn to buy a new set of clothes. Li Yi analyzed it, just like how he analyzed the various shopping festivals back then. Li Qingqi listened and thought that it made sense. After a while, the clothes shops can sell fewer clothes? He asked helplessly. He thought that he could make more money in the long run. There's not much money to be made from ordinary people. They can't afford to wear clothes made of expensive cloth. If the price is high, they'd rather make their own clothes that don't look good. The low-end market requires quality and price. People will only buy if they can wear it and live in it and it's cheap. The mid-end market requires materials and price. If they feel that a cloth is expensive and the price is right, they will buy it. The high-end market is novel. They don't care about the cloth and price is not a problem. As long as they see that others don't have it and they wear it beautifully and stand out from the crowd, they will spend money like water. Li Yi explained the market positioning. Different buyers had to provide targeted services. The only thing that's different is the waistcoat you took out. Starting from the first 5 generations, there was only one male child in each generation. Last year, they finally gave birth to twin boys, but one of them died when he was 8 months old. The other one wasn't in good spirits either, always crying and throwing tantrums. The family had invited people and even the imperial physician, but there was no sign of improvement. He had invited people from Buddhism and other small sects to exorcise evil spirits, but to no avail. Thus, other than going out to buy things, the rest of the Su family stayed at home. Then, they would abstain from meat and use the entire family's efforts to protect the surviving children. Under such circumstances, they did not want to see outsiders at all. They were afraid that outsiders would bring in bad things. Guan Xiaotan was depressed because of this. He had only one son in 5 generations, and it was not easy for him to have 2 children. Now, one of them was dead, and the other one seemed to be problematic. The Su family was rather pitiful, but, could that child be sick as well? Do you think it's okay if I ask Dongzhu to come over and treat him? Guan Xiaotan said to a woman who was sorting out the accounts. The woman looked at him and nodded. Of course, if Dongzhu comes over, he will definitely have a way to get in and get the Su family to agree to divert the water. That's right, the owner will be fine. But I can't, what should I do? Guan Xiaotan was worried again. Didn't they say that after 3 days, their child will be born and will burn for 100 days in a year? You go there and try. Bring along Zhuangzi's guards. The woman suggested. Perhaps she thought it was dangerous, so she emphasized bringing along guards. That's the only way. At worst, I'll ask Dongzhu. Guan Xiaotan gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. Good luck. The woman waved her fist and encouraged him. Xiaoqin, shouldn't we tell Dongzhu about us? Guan Xiaotan suddenly blushed. You want me to do it? The woman blinked. No, I'll do it. So you agree? I'll give you all the money I earn as a betrothal gift. Guan Xiaotan was even more embarrassed. Who cares about your money? What's the use of it? The woman rolled her eyes. Then I'll be good to you. Guan Xiaotan said again. Don't say that. Dongzhu said that the most untrustworthy thing is an oath. The more you say, the more speechless you will be. It's better to do it. The woman shook her head and closed her eyes. Ah. That, I won't say anymore. I'll let you see what I do. I'll go back first. Guan Xiaotan didn't know what to do and ran away after saying that. The woman opened her eyes, bit her lips and suddenly giggled. 11th of April. Wang Xing was very excited during the day. Brother Yi, tell me the truth. How did you change that? A wave of your hand and a ball of fire, another wave and a ball of light. Wang Xing came over last night to see if Li Yi could do it. The speaker was placed on the tree and covered with leaves and branches. This emitter. I'll just cover it from the back. Anyway, it won't be used for long. I'm not afraid that it won't be able to dissipate the heat from the high temperature. If the dozens of small lights are further away, I will be able to determine the height and position. Li Yi was directing from the side. This was a large-scale and close-up magic show that was considered grand by the people of the Tang dynasty. Even the modern people on his side could be fooled, let alone the people of the Tang dynasty. His goal was clear. He wanted the Su family to believe that this was a miracle and that there was nothing wrong with the child. Moreover, in the future the child would be rich and noble, and would rise above his peers, and recreate the glory of his ancestors. Otherwise, if a dead child came back to life, would the child still be the original child? Could it be that something gave it to him? They were busy until noon when everyone had lunch. The little guy had already had 2 meals of milk. When he saw the adults eating, he shouted, 7, 7, and also wanted to eat. In particular, he stared at Li Yi with a look that said, if you don't let me eat, I won't be good with you. So Li Yi handed the baby a piece of jerky. The baby grabbed it with his small hands and put it in his mouth to bite. His saliva flowed out and he couldn't bite it at all, but the child was very happy. The little guy is not sensible. He doesn't know that he can't bite it, someone said. Li Yi shook his head. He knows that he can't bite it. He doesn't care whether he can bite it or not. He just wants to join in when he sees that everyone is eating. You don't have a child yet. Your wife is 7 months old, right? In the future, I will give you special lessons on infant psychology. Generally, we can't remember things before the age of 6. Only special fragments will flash in our minds. But we still have to think from the perspective of the baby. What do they need? Why do they need it? Li Yi patiently explained to the people who followed him. Pediatrics was the most difficult subject. The child couldn't express it, but the child's parents could watch. Sometimes, they needed to prick the child with a needle to see the child's reaction to the pain. They had to explain it to the parents first. The others listened carefully. Dong Zhu imparted his skills. In Lantian County, in the Su family's house, everyone was ready. Including the 2 son-in-law who lived in the family, the son-in-law who was adopted, and the son-in-law who was not. Those who lived nearby also rushed over. Today was a big day for the Su family. It involved the continuation of the family line. If a child died before the age of 1, the ordinary family would wrap it in a straw mat, and the rich family would bury it in a small coffin. Perhaps the child's mother thought that the child would burn paper, and others wouldn't care. According to tradition, they had abundant yang energy. Among them was Guozi. Li Longji felt that for him to be chosen as an outlier in the martial arts examination, he must be extraordinary. Guozi had never met Li Yi, but he could hear Li Yi's name and things about him every day. He had seen Li Yi train 3,000 people. He didn't care about their individual combat power, but he could easily take care of 3 to 5 people. What surprised him was the tenacity of the 3,000 men. After going through crazy training, even when the others were lying on the ground, some of the 3,000 men were still standing guard. At the same time, the others would cooperate and find a suitable place to rest. After a while, someone would replace the one standing guard. After an hour at most, the 3,000 men would be able to line up again. At this moment, he wanted to see what ability Li Yi had to know that he was taking the martial arts examination in advance. If that was the case, would he be able to discover him? Guozi felt that his team was hidden well. However, he didn't see the surveillance camera on the tree. On the other side, the commander-in-chief was hiding in the shed with a monitor in front of him. He could see everything that was happening around him. After Li Yi exchanged for this set of equipment, he planned to put it in Zhuangzi after using it. It would be fine as long as there was electricity. When he saw that the Su clan was less than 10 steps away from the place where the child was buried, he ordered, "Spray water and light." The people on the other side quickly operated. Bang! Several water screens were pulled out. Whoosh! The light shone and a group of people immediately appeared on the water screens. There was a little ghost with horns on its head, a white impermanence with a long red tongue, and a black impermanence standing beside the white impermanence. There was also Oxhead and Horseface, a judge with a judge's pen, and the King of Hell with the Book of Life and Death. They let out all sorts of hair-raising laughter and looked as if they were about to rush over and arrest them. Oh my God! Someone was immediately scared out of his wits. Hurry, Immortal Gu, make your move. Old Man Su shouted. Gu Jin grinned. There was no part of his body that wasn't trembling. His teeth chattered non-stop. At this moment, a child's laughter overpowered all other sounds. At the same time, a baby wearing beautiful clothes appeared on the screen. He looked around curiously. The baby looked very cute and lovable, but the Su clan and Gu Jin felt that it was even more sinister. It wasn't just them. Even Wang Xing, who knew that it was an act, was about to cry. It was so scary. As for the winged knights, they were sweating non-stop. Only the Li family Zhuangzi didn't care. They watched as if they were watching a movie. When everyone on the Su clan's side was afraid, one person wanted to rush forward. Son, it's my son. I know it's you. Son, don't be afraid. Mother is coming. The woman ran forward with a child in her arms. Suddenly, someone jumped out from beside her and grabbed her. I'll do it. Are all the Su clan's guards dead? Protect Xiao Lang and his wife. The rest of you, follow me. Protect Dalang. The Su clan's guards wanted to rush forward, but they found that their legs wouldn't listen to them. The light and shadow on the other side changed. The child flew away. A group of demons and ghosts wanted to catch the child. The chain was flung out. It was very long. The slow motion showed that the child's body moved to avoid it. In this kind of scene, everyone actually understood it very naturally. The child dodged the chain. The spirit's summoning banner also came up. There were also shackles, spirit guiding lamp, many things were surrounding the child. The man and woman on the ground wanted to help, but they couldn't catch up. The child's figure flashed through the light screen. Old Man Su grabbed Gu Jin's clothes. Immortal Gu, help. I'll give you money. I'll give you as much as you want. Sell the land, sell the house, I'll give you. One of the winged knights who was hiding stood up. I'll do it. Me too. Let's do it. Another stood up as well. More people were about to stand up, but a voice sounded from the side, don't move. My Dongzhu is here. You're in the way. Who's there? Everyone was shocked. There's someone lying in ambush? Don't look around. He's not with you. Lie down. You can go out when I let you out. The voice sounded again. Lie down. Guozi, who had already stood up with the sword in his hand, calmed down and ordered, lie down. On the light screen, just as the baby was about to be caught, a voice reverberated through the forest. King Yanluo, Judge, Oxhead and Horseface, Black and White Impermanence, I spared you last time. I said that the child's life wasn't meant to end. I'm here today to return the child to the Su clan. Do you think that you can deal with me just because you've mobilized the power of hell? Since that's the case, I'll teach you another lesson. The child's 100-day anniversary is over. Don't think about other things after this. The voice was low and deep, and it even had the effect of echoing. As soon as the voice fell, several rays of light shone into the sky. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, something flew over in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could see it clearly, the thing turned around on the light screen. The baby on the light screen disappeared and appeared in his arms. He held the baby in one hand and flew slowly at a low altitude. His other hand began to attack the light screen. He raised his hand and a flame appeared. The iron chains that were chasing after him touched the flame and instantly turned red before dissipating. Then, he raised his hand and a bolt of lightning appeared. The spirit summoning banner exploded from afar. In the future, your Li family Zhuangzi will occupy it, and our Su family will enjoy it. Grandfather Su was good at talking. Wasn't it just drawing water? How could he offend Li Dongzhu? Here, let me hold you. My legs are inconvenient, so I can't play with you. The old woman opened her arms and wanted to hold the child. Li Yi looked at her legs, walked over, squatted down, and rolled up her pants. The surroundings were silent. Does it hurt? Li Yi looked at the knee reflex. There was no problem. He pressed his finger to the inside of the kneecap and asked. It hurts. The old woman said. Li Yi used his knuckles to knock on the joint of the meniscus. Does it hurt? It hurts. The old woman replied. Go back and take a look at Zhuangzi. I don't think the meniscus needs to be repaired. If it's possible, it should be sealed. I can also repair the meniscus. Don't worry, it can stand up. Li Yi said as he checked the other leg. It was the same. After rolling down the old woman's pants, Li Yi turned around naturally and stretched out his hand. Qing Song handed Li Yi a ball of alcohol cotton wool, and he wiped it. The others didn't care about his misophobia. They only thought about what he said just now. It could be cured and she could stand up. You can make my wife stand up? Grandfather Su was the most excited. Go to the Li family Zhuangzi tomorrow. It needs to be checked carefully. Li Yi didn't say anything. He still trusted the equipment more. How much? The Li family will pay. Someone from the Li family shouted. Li Yi looked over and smiled. Grandfather Li turned around and said angrily, Shut up. Li Dongzhu only helped because of Sun Er. Are you crazy to talk about money with Li Dongzhu? He turned around and said to Li Yi, the son-in-law who moved in doesn't know any better. Li Dongzhu, please be magnanimous. At least it shows that he is filial. Li Yi wouldn't make things difficult for a son-in-law. And the other party was indeed determined. As long as you took the money, you had to treat it. The Su family were all good people. They had a good upbringing. Let's go back. The baby will probably cry at night. Remember to have someone to protect him. Oh, maybe it's fine. Brother is there. When the time comes, send the two brothers to Zhuangzi every 3 to 5 days. Children get sick easily. At the same time, let the people who take care of them get closer. Li Yi's tone was calm. Today, he scared the others and even drenched them with water. He prepared to write a prescription and drink it in Lantian County as a precaution. After the children were returned, he was a little disappointed. Fortunately, he could still see them. He left with the Su family first. The villagers behind dug up the buried things and took down the things that were hung on the trees. These things had to be brought back to Zhuangzi and then placed in key places in Zhuangzi. Clean it up, wipe it clean, and wrap it up. The midwife's voice came from inside. Li Yi listened again. There wasn't much movement, which meant that sister-in-law's natural birth wasn't accompanied by defecation. In this way, there wouldn't even be an infection that he was worried about. As long as she recovered for a few days, she would be able to walk normally. There was no need for confinement. Confinement was to let her bones recover. Now it seemed that everything was going smoothly. There were no problems. Brother Yi, how's it going? Li Longji entered the operating room and listened to the movements inside. San Lang, I'm fine. There was no need for Li Yi to answer. There was a voice inside. The child is fine too. It's just that he didn't open his eyes. Empress Wang shouted again. Her breathing was not chaotic at all. Good. It's good that the mother and child are safe. Li Longji collapsed. He raised his hand to wipe his sweat. He wanted to cry. It's not easy. I've talked to you for so long. In a few days, I'll show you how good my son is with the Empress. Wipe your body first. After this wipe, you have to wait for at least 3 days before you can scrub again. Whether you can take a bath or not depends on your recovery. During confinement in Zhuangzi, you don't have to not take a bath or move for a whole month. It's not like outside where the mother's body smells. The midwife inside spoke. I know. I've already asked a few people who just gave birth. I've also gone to see them. Let San Lang take the child out first. Empress Wang didn't look weak at all. What was different from usual was that there was a hint of joy in her voice. The child was cleaned up neatly. He was carried out by a midwife, revealing his small face. Li Longji looked down and smiled. The child didn't look good now. His skin was wrinkled, but he would slowly grow out in a few days. Congratulations, third brother. Let's weigh him. Li Yi wanted to weigh the child. After weighing it, it was 2.5 caddies. If it was converted to Li Yi's weight, it would be 6.77 caddies. Li Yi performed a simple examination on the child. At the same time, the umbilical cord blood was sent out for testing. When the results were out, Empress Wang walked out by herself. She took the child and smiled. I thought it would be difficult to give birth. It's so easy. She said as if everyone was lying to her. Chapter 388. Empress Wang's child was born, and Li Longji wished he could grant amnesty to the world. Pregnant women needed to rest, even if Empress Wang looked fine. She couldn't use the fan or the wall, and she couldn't use ice cubes. She was hot, and so was the baby. Brother Yi, your sister-in-law is hot. Li Longji walked around the room and came out to look for Li Yi. Actually, put ice cubes in front of the fan, and it's fine to blow it in normally from the outside. Why don't you use the air conditioner to cool down? Li Yi didn't think there was a problem, but everyone was worried and said it was an evil wind. In that case, they could use the air conditioner in the hospital. If they felt cold, they could increase the temperature. Is there any other way? You said that the air conditioner is not good for the body. Li Longji thought of this matter. One is to have running water below to take away the heat. There's also the simplest way. Li Yi thought of an idea. He pointed to the courtyard. There are several rooms. Let the wind blow in one room first and add ice cubes. When it's cold, sister-in-law will go over. Li Longji continued, let's continue to blow in the other room and wait for it to get hot before changing. Li Yi nodded. Yes, didn't you say it was an evil wind? This time, there will be no wind after blowing. Okay. Li Longji agreed. Then, some people were tired, and he was ready to change in 3 rooms. There were 2 groups of people who were there to step on the fan and put ice cubes at the same time. After giving the instructions, Li Longji didn't leave and stayed there to guard. He sent someone back to arrange things, mainly because Empress Wang was going to announce that she was going to give birth to a child today. It was so magical that both of them were born together. During lunch, Empress Wang ate in the room. It was cool, but she felt uncomfortable holding the baby. She wanted to bask in the sun, but she couldn't. She didn't want to leave the baby. So, Zhuangzi started to make new windows and install glass. First, he installed the glass in 2 rooms, and after she changed in with the baby, he installed the glass in the 3rd room. In this way, the child would be able to bask in the sun for the next 2 days. 3 days later, he would bask in the sun in the morning when the sun had just risen, and bask in the sun in the evening when the mountains were about to set. Li Longji was still worried about Zhuangzi's safety. What if someone attacked and Brother Yi couldn't react in time? What if Brother Yi used his lifespan to exchange for it and ended up killing himself? Brother Yi, is your hot air balloon ready? Li Longji thought of a solution. Alright, we have to test it today. Let's change it to tomorrow. It's a little windy in the afternoon, so it's better to test it for the first time when the wind is light. Li Yi didn't mind waiting another day. This is also a military weapon, so it has to be protected like gunpowder. Wait for me to submit a memorial to His Majesty. It would be best to send the winged knights. Li Longji found a reason. Don't you have a hot air balloon? His Majesty will send the winged knights over to guard it. Li Yi didn't think it was necessary, but when he thought about how he still needed the winged knights to operate it, he decided to come over and familiarize himself with it in advance. He nodded in agreement and turned back to teach the nurses. There were 50 people and 30 young imperial physicians in Zhuangzi's room. Li Longji held a teacup and went in and out of the room to take a look. He couldn't stay still. The palace soon received news that Empress Wang gave birth safely. The child weighed 5 kilograms and had no problems. That young man is a person with great fortune. The people by his side are all blessed, Imperial concubine Dolu said to Li Dan after hearing the news. Li Dan was completely relieved. Someone had come to him before and asked him to talk to Li Longji about abolishing the empress. Later, seeing that he and Li Longji were indifferent, they wanted to appoint a crown prince. If the crown prince had another concubine's son, would the empress still have a place in the harem? If the crown prince ascended the throne, what would happen to the empress? Now, the empress had her own son. This child was the crown prince, and the emperor was young. Li Dan didn't know that in history, Li Longji lived a long life, and the crown prince grew up year by year. There was no chance for him to ascend the throne. Li Longji began to suspect that his son was too anxious. At that time, Wu Huifei had casually made up a story about 3 people rebelling, which was full of loopholes, and Li Longji had pushed the boat along with the current to kill them. Li Dan, who didn't know the future, understood the consequences of the emperor being young and the crown prince not being young. Newborns were much younger than their parents, so they were less dangerous. On the other side, in earthly paradise, the 4 people who heard the news came to eat. Wei Zhigu was pulled over by Zhang Shuo. There will be peace for a few years, but that child won't be in the palace much. Zhang Shuo said as he drank. He was happy that the empress had a son. Many voices were suppressed, and others couldn't use this as an excuse to cause trouble. I wonder when the crown prince will be appointed. Lu Huaishan considered the issue of the crown prince. Wei Zhigu said, once the crown prince is appointed, he will need to enter the eastern palace. The officials there are busy, so it won't be early. At least not until the 30,000 winged knights are trained. He pointed out that there were too many people in the eastern palace, and they could be bribed. Wouldn't it be normal if something happened to the child and he died? Whoever drove the formation to charge first would be at a disadvantage. The others could mobilize their own formations according to the situation. The general had to stay by the flag and rely on it to stabilize the morale of the army. The hot air balloons threw incendiary bombs at the flag. The three of them discussed how to use it. The winged knights who went up and tried it again and again liked the hot air balloon tool. Whether the cavalry was chasing the enemy or avoiding the enemy, whoever could see further was better. The hot air balloon could be disassembled and reassembled. The winged knights could be put on the horses and mobilized. When needed, they could be assembled and besieged. The guards on Zhuangzi discussed with each other and discussed whether they should put one of them up there to keep an eye on the situation during the day. At this time, people in Zhang family village, Imperial Plantation, and Ba River all noticed the big ball that rose and fell for a while. Those with good eyesight could even see the hanging basket under the ball and the people in the hanging basket. Wasn't this the same as people flying in the sky? What was that ball? It must be something made by Li Dongzhu. Isn't it afraid of falling down when it flies in the sky? A person passing by the other side of the river saw it. The person next to him said, "It's useless to fly in the sky unless it can be used to travel." Another person said, "It's used in war. If I hit you in the sky, I can hit you on the ground. You can't hit me." Indeed. If I throw a stone in the sky, you have to dodge it. If it hits your head, you'll be dead. Oh, then the Tang dynasty is powerful. But I don't know if it's easy to make. How much does it cost to make one? It's too expensive. The army can't use it. No matter how expensive it is, we have to make it. Many fewer people will die. We can save the money to make this ball. The people soon found that the biggest use of a flying ball was in war. They were not stupid at all. Some people entered the city and told others what they saw. Soon the news spread like wildfire. At night, the whole Chang'an knew about it. Li Dongzhu and Ba River made a new ball that could fly people in the sky. If it was used in war, the people on the ground could only watch helplessly. It was very powerful. In the future, fewer people would die in the Tang dynasty. Whoever was not convinced could send the ball over. The foreign guests living in Honglu Temple were scared. There was something that could fly people in the sky and attack the ground? Zhang Shua borrowed the binoculars and scanned the sky, hoping to see the figure of the hot air balloon. While looking at it, he said, "How long can the lighter's fuel be used for? How many can you bring each time?" Li Longji was in a good mood and answered, "It depends on how big the hot air balloon is. The basket is light, so it can carry more things. This subject requests that a short and thin person operate it to reduce the weight." Zhang Shua said again. N. Li Longji nodded. Among the winged knights, there was a short non-commissioned officer. Being short did not mean that he was weak. Some of the short ones who were selected were able to continuously draw strong bows and shoot accurately. Otherwise, they would not have been selected. This type of person was suitable for the hot air balloon. The bow was accurate and the weight was light. After the hot air balloon was tied to a rope and fixed at a relatively stable height, the archers on top had space to display their skills. When the arrows were used up, they would be pulled down to replenish. The other subjects were as happy as the common people. They were not people who colluded with foreigners. The hot air balloon flew over, flew away, whizzed up, and slowly floated down. Other than the disadvantage of a slow descent, everything else was an advantage. However, a slow descent also had its advantages. It could allow the people on top to adjust their attacks. As long as it rose quickly, it would be fine. Your Majesty, this subject has thought of a way to use the hot air balloon. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War stood up. He said loudly, the enemy is not only made up of archers. There are also spears, shields, baggage, and troops carrying siege weapons. The hot air balloon can lower its altitude when it is above them and shoot arrows from a few feet above them. When their crossbows react, immediately rise to avoid it. However, be careful of being ambushed by people familiar with it. Good. Li Longji praised. That's right. Everyone should think together. How else could they play? According to Brother Yi's words, controlling the hot air balloon meant controlling the air. An army with air control would crush the enemy's ground forces without air control. As long as the air force was on a large scale, there would be no situation where the ground forces could not be controlled. Li Longji might think about whether what others said was right or not, but he directly believed that Li Yi's words were right. Li Yi never talked nonsense or bragged about matters related to the people's livelihood or military affairs. Your Majesty, this subject also has an idea. Another assistant minister stood up. He was from the Ministry of Works. This subject feels that the color of the hot air balloon is too conspicuous. If it is used for military purposes, it is best to paint it black. It will be more hidden at night. He said from the color. Good. Li Longji nodded. He could not control the people in the world. Even if he had the ability to control them, it would be through the officials and organizations, such as various alliances. When Li Longji heard the price, he gently shook his head, you can't sell it openly. There should be a limit to prevent people from hoarding. Third brother is right. I will register that each household can only buy 1 kilogram for 10 days. Even if there are some omissions, it doesn't matter. For those who do not have a place of birth, we will put their handprints and check if the handprints are fake. It will give them the feeling that we will investigate. Li Yi nodded. Yes, what if some wicked person saw that the tea was 1 copper coin per kilogram? No, the initial price will be 3 copper coins per kilogram. Li Yi changed his mind. After 10 days, the price will drop to 5 copper coins per kilogram. After another 10 days, it will be 2 copper coins per kilogram. Li Yi said. Good. Those who want to hoard it will immediately sell the tea in their hands after 2 days. They will not dare to buy more. Li Qingqi clapped his hands in agreement. After the meal, Li Yi went to write a set of methods to prevent heatstroke and predict the signs of heatstroke. It was easy to understand. He turned around and drew a simple diagram. Then, he took it to the workshop and found a random person. Then go and make it. Manual ice shaving machine. You can mix it with various kinds of fruit juice. It is cool and refreshing. Pregnant women should not eat too much. Just a few mouthfuls are enough. Children can eat a little at a time. They can eat a few more times. If they eat too much at one time, they will have diarrhea. Li Yi sighed with emotion when he heard the sound of cicadas. He had been to Xi'an before. The sound of cicadas could no longer be heard in the city. They could only be heard in the National Conservation Park in Lantian County. In this regard, he felt that Xi'an was not as good as Hunan. When he went to Zhengzhou in Hunan to discuss business, many places where there were many cicadas were not allowed to sound their horns. They said that they were afraid that it would affect the cicadas' communication. Now that he heard a large number of cicadas calling out, it was annoying. There were also forest frogs, frogs in the paddy fields, and toads calling out. When it was hot and stuffy, they could only get used to the noisy noise. It's mating season again. Couples should be separated, like Liangshan Lake and Zhuangtai. After Li Yi muttered these two names, he suddenly had an idea. He walked around and found Song De, who was having dinner with Hu Ernyang. When it's time to get married, just get married. Don't always drag it out. A separate courtyard and betrothal gifts can be used at any time. Li Yi said. He asked Song De to send someone to Pyongkang Square tomorrow to invite Xinyan and the others over. He said that he had a new song to discuss. Chapter 395. Early the next morning, there were 10 ice shavers in the cafeteria. Beside each ice shaver were written the rules of eating. Pregnant women could only taste. Children should eat less each time. Adults should not eat too much to avoid a cold stomach. There was no wind in the morning. The winged knights seized the time to practice flying. Today, they had to practice landing. It would be difficult for them to float back. They could fly to the wilderness and try their best to avoid landing in the fields. The cavalry mounted their horses and the hot air balloons took off. One of the carriages in Zhuangzi entered the city. 2 female farmers entered Pyongkang Square to look for someone. The men did not come as they were afraid of getting heaty. Xian Yan had guests last night. The weather was hot, so everyone was active. The number of people in Pyongkang Square increased. They were originally tired, but after hearing Li Yi's invitation, they became energetic again. They quickly washed up and changed into beautiful clothes. When they were busy, others saw them. After asking, they felt jealous. Li Lang was looking for a woman again and did not look for them. The key was that every time Xian Yan and the others came in contact with Li Lang, they could bring back new songs. After an hour, Xian Yan and the others urged each other to get on their own carriages and set off. 50 everyone meant 50 flowery carriages. Now, they had changed to 4-wheeled carriages. That everyone in Pyongkang Square had formed a group to set off. The people on the streets were talking about it again. Where were they going? Were they going to the temple to discuss scriptures? They don't do proper business and only think about finding women all day. Yao Chong in the government hall heard the news and muttered. Zhang Shua looked at Yao Chong and chuckled. Then, it turned into a chuckle and then into a hearty laugh. Lu Huaishan glanced at Yao Chong and said, Li Yi's medical skills are superb. Why don't you go and ask for some medicine? After taking it, you can go and find women. Ha 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 ha, Zhang Shua laughed until he held his stomach. Yao Chong was about to glare at Lu Huaishan, but Lu Huaishan went back to his room first. When Xian Yan and the others arrived in Zhuangzi and found Li Yi was sitting in front of a piano playing a tune. It had just been created. Li Yi had finished tuning and was testing it out. Li Yi was playing Adeline by the Water, which was a softer tune. Xian Yan and a large group of people quietly listened. This was the first time they had seen this kind of musical instrument. There were too many keys to pronounce. They instantly thought of the benefits of having more keys and a wider vocal range. If he could learn it, he would be able to compose more songs based on this new instrument. Li Yi played the song twice before standing up and saying to Xian Yan and the others, the peacock flies southeast for a distance of 5 miles. Xian Yan and the rest paused for a moment before replying at the same time, 13 is able to weave, 14 is able to tailor. Yes, this is a poem about love. The most disgusting person in the poem is the parents-in-law. She chased her daughter-in-law out. The other abominable group was the woman's family. They forced the woman to her death, and then the man died as well. Li Yi spoke of the plot emotionlessly. Xin Yen and the others, now let me talk about another story. The most abominable group was the woman's family. The woman looked at the man who went to school with her. Li Yi continued. Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. Without waiting for him to finish, Xin Yen and the others spoke out in unison. They understood. Oh, since everyone knows the story, then what about me? I specially wrote a song for this story. Oh, I copied it. When Li Yi said that he wrote it himself, his face turned slightly red and he immediately changed his words. As he spoke, he took out the symphony score that he had stayed up late to copy. Each of you copy it. The first chapter, oh, the prelude is Jiangnan Spring, using a flute to play. Li Yi let Xin Yen and the others flip through the book while he explained the arrangement and content of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai's symphony. As he spoke, he was still very calm. However, Xin Yen and the others were very touched. When Li Yi finished talking about the final butterfly, Xin Yen and the others' eyes were red as they took the book and ran away. They wanted to find a place for a few people to copy first before passing it to the others. Li Yi sat in front of the piano and played Autumn's Whisper. When he thought about the peacock flying to the southeast, he thought of Lu Yu and Tang Wan. It was another pair that had been forcibly separated. So, mother-in-law and mother-in-law are quite abominable. Hee hee. Li Yi laughed twice and left the piano, no longer playing. He still felt that he should not spend so much time on articles and music in the Tang dynasty. There were still medical books that he had not finished copying. That was more important. If I don't know anything, then I don't have to worry about it. Copying medical books is too tiring, especially when there are many medicines that are not available now. Li Yi mumbled. What he was most annoyed about was deleting. It was a waste of time and brain power. I can write it down. If there are none, then there are none. Can't I just wait until there are some in the future? For some crops, I will spend money to get merchants to find them. Especially in Asia, Europe and Africa. There is no Suez Canal now. It is connected to Africa. The land route can go all the way to Singapore. Boats run along the shore. Go down, and reach the place of kangaroos and koalas. America is separated by the Bering Strait. Now even Tubo is warm and can be farmed. The Bering Strait should not be frozen yet. It has not reached the Little Ice Age. Take a boat up to the Bering Strait and go straight to the shore. Then there is the problem of the land route. Li Yi mumbled and a world map appeared in his mind. He decided not to change it. Things that were not written in medical books were not available. Everyone knew that there was none, so they just waited. Build ships. What am I going to do with so much money? Chaozhou can carry a lot of things. It is not suitable for the sea. Build a big ship. Wait for the dividends from the well salt and the gold mine in Lantian County to arrive and continue to invest. Li Yi wanted to build a big fleet in the next few years. He walked out of the courtyard where the piano and other instruments were placed. A group of cavalry ran back. The horses carried boxes. They went to the big square, opened the boxes, and reassembled them. He walked over to take a look. Guozi, who was in charge of commanding, saw him and spoke to him. After flying out, land. The cavalry will run over to dismantle the boxes and bring them back. The wind is good now, so it is suitable for flying. Li Yi nodded. You must be careful when assembling. Don't be careless just because you are familiar with it. When in the air, strictly follow the rules of the operation manual. The sky is not like the ground. The slightest mistake will cause you to fall. Li Dongzhu, don't worry. Everyone deliberately reminds you when they are in the sky. Military matters are not to be underestimated. Guozi promised. Li Yi went to the assembly area and took a closer look. Just as Guozi said, the non-commissioned officer worked slowly. After landing once, the basket was hit. The non-commissioned officer checked to see if the connecting position was loose. Li Yi watched for a while. When the basket was reassembled, he was relieved. With his hands behind his back, he strolled around and looked at the crab farming, forest frog farming, the growth of the rice and the cotton. When it was time for dinner, he wandered back and saw Songde running over. "Dong Zhu, I'm looking for you. The craftsmen in the printing workshop are anxious. A large amount of printing paper has been produced. The bronze movable type is all done. The ink is fine too. It's time to print." Songde talked about the situation in the printing workshop. The people there were not in a good mood. They only worked but did not produce results. "Let's do it. The story we wrote before, the recent locust plague and the well drilling incident. Then print it." Li Yi agreed. "Print. How much for the first printing?" Songde wiped his sweat. "The first edition is more precious. Print 10,000 copies and keep 1,000 copies." Li Yi thought of the value of the front page and decided to keep it. Chapter 396. In the afternoon, Li Yi finished writing the newspaper article and sent it to the typesetting department. The typesetters were doing it for the first time. They picked the words according to the size of Li Yi's handwriting. Copper was usually used to make currency and bronze wares. The production was low, but the demand was high. Most people would not bear to use copper to make movable type, but Zhuangzi did not care. He had money. Even if he lacked copper, how could he lack the copper that Zhuangzi used to make movable type? The typesetters picked out the words one by one and fixed them in a template. The template was fixed with buckles. There were special grooves on the movable type that could be fastened directly. Otherwise, the wax would need to be melted and the words would be placed on top. The words would not fall off after the wax solidified. When the wax was removed, the wax would be melted and the words would be removed. Not only was it tiring, but it also used up a lot of wax. When the movable type was made, there would be bumps on the reverse mold, and the words would have grooves on them. There was only one big newspaper today, and it was printed on one side. The typesetting was done on the same day, and the printing started at night. There was only one printing machine for 10,000 copies, and it would be printed until the next morning. The people in the printing workshop did not care. It was finally time for them to perform. The story in the newspaper was the first chapter of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Li Yi had spread it out, and many people were still copying it. Now that it was printed in the newspaper, there were no mistakes, and it looked comfortable. Also, Li Yi wanted to print the prevention of heatstroke and put it in the newspaper. The people would find it novel. Even if they were illiterate and did not want to buy it, they would listen to others read it. They would write it down, and when they felt that they had mastered something good, they would spread it out. Early in the morning of April 20th, Songde looked for Li Yi again. "Dong Zhu, all 10,000 copies have been printed. Look," Songde said as he took out a newspaper. The smell of ink wafted in the air. Li Yi took the newspaper and read it from the beginning to the end. There was no problem with the typesetting, and the handwriting was clear. "Very good. Sell it. 1 copy for 3 renminbi." Li Yi returned the newspaper to Songde. "Ah. 3 renminbi. Owner, I'm afraid you don't know how much this newspaper costs, right?" Songde was dumbfounded and looked at his Dong Zhu in confusion. "Of course I know. The paper is 10 renminbi and the ink is 2 renminbi. Excluding the copper and labor costs, the total is 12 renminbi." Li Yi nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, Songde was at a loss. "You know you're selling it for 3 cents for 12 cents. Sell it, you won't lose money. I've written a few notes for you. Keep them well." If you can't sell them, take them out and shout. Li Yi didn't want to say too much. He only gave the order and took out several folded pieces of paper from his pocket. All right, Dongzhu, I'll arrange for someone to sell it. Songda clenched his teeth and listened to Dongzhu's words. He took the note and turned around to leave. In the first few days, we'll send our people to sell the goods. Once we're familiar with the people in Chang'an, we'll see if there are any families with old illnesses who rely on their children to work hard to make ends meet. In the future, let them sell the newspapers. Give them a penny for every 5 copies sold, or we can adjust their wages depending on the situation. Li Yi added. Songda, who was walking to the door, paused. Got it, Dongzhu. Songda left sullenly. He wasn't angry with Li Yi, but with himself. He knew that Dongzhu said he wouldn't lose money, and that meant he wouldn't lose money. But he couldn't figure out why he wouldn't lose money. 3 luxurious carriages were dispatched for 9,000 copies of newspapers, and a special one was sent to carry people. There was also a truck filled with piles of starch jelly, seasonings, bowls and chopsticks. 5 carriages set off, followed by 20 winged knights. Now Songda had guards in Zhuangzi. He was afraid that he would be taken away. He knew too much. The winged knights received the order that if Songda was attacked, and the winged knights couldn't eliminate the enemy and rescue him, they were to shoot Songda. Songda himself was also clear, so he only went to Chang'an and didn't go anywhere else. At the city gate, they unloaded the starch jelly and other things. The carriages went in, and the gatekeepers began to scrape the jelly and put it in bowls with seasonings. The carriages went straight to the south of the imperial city and stopped at the Vermilion Bird Avenue. No stalls were allowed here, and no hawking was allowed. Songda didn't care much. The winged knights were protecting him. Was he selling? He was giving it to them. The cost was 12 coins, and a newspaper was only 3 coins. When they arrived, the carriages opened, and everyone stood in a row, shouting together. Look, look, 3 coins for selling things at a loss. This is a newspaper. There are stories and general knowledge in it. The cost of a newspaper is only 3 coins now. Buy it and you can learn. The newspaper is the court bulletin. You can't see the court bulletin, but you can see the newspaper. Songda and the farmers were shouting very hard, but unfortunately, everyone was watching and didn't buy. They knew who Songda was. They watched him shouting, pointing and talking to each other. Songda, he had no choice. He reached into his pocket and took out a folded piece of paper. He unfolded it, read, and took a deep breath. Then he accepted his fate and shouted, shocking. 3 men sneaked into the peach garden and did such a thing. Chapter 397. Songda was overjoyed. He had sold a lot of newspapers and waited for the news to spread. There would definitely be more people who would buy them. Chang'an had a large population and more literate people than other places. 9,000 newspapers a day was not enough to sell, but he had to pay 9 cents for each newspaper. The news that he was selling newspapers at the entrance of the imperial city spread quickly. Some officials saw that it was almost noon and there was nothing else to do, so they ran out to buy a newspaper. Some even bought 2 for their colleagues. Someone from the government affairs hall who was waiting for lunch came to report. What nonsense! Men went into the woods, what women did, and how long it lasted. Go, get Songda, buy a newspaper for me. Buy a newspaper for me. Yao Chong frowned when he heard the news. What was written in the newspaper? He wanted to arrest the person, but he thought otherwise. Songda recognized him when he saw him. Don't. Zhang Shua stopped him. Count how many people there are in the government affairs hall. 1 newspaper for each person. Yes, everyone. Lu Huaixin said. The person who reported the news called another person and ran out together. When they came back, the two people held back their laughter and waited at the door after delivering the newspaper. Yao Chong snatched a newspaper. He knew it was from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. He looked at the writing. It was Zhong Xiaojing's writing. The regular script was good. He looked at the paper. The paper was also good. It was better than the paper used now. The paper used now was straw paper. There was also hemp paper, which was used to paste windows, lanterns, and write. The best paper was made from a mixture of bark and grass sent by Jiangnan Road. Xianzhou paper was the best. However, the newspaper paper was different from the paper used for calligraphy and painting in Jiangnan Road. The ink was better, but it was not suitable for painting. The ink was better than the ink used for engraving and printing. The paper and ink produced by the Li family Zhuangzi should be better. After reading the content, he read from the beginning to the end. He did not see anything that he had heard. This Songda is lying. Yao Chong shook his head. Prime Minister Yao, it's true. It's all written. The three men are the oath of the peach garden, and then. The person who bought the newspaper replied from the door. Yao Chong heard, he felt unwell, and his breathing quickened. Ahahaha, Zhang Shua laughed loudly again. Lu Huaishan shook his head helplessly. Yao Chong panted a few times and finally recovered. He gritted his teeth and said, it must be Li Yi. How could others think of this? He couldn't find the words. Lu Huaishan was reading the contents of the newspaper. Here's a little tip for living. It says that if there are stains on the utensils, it will be easier to remove them by scrubbing them with vinegar. The towel used had a smell, and it would still have a smell after being washed. It could be steamed in the pot for a while, and it would be much better when taken out. If one wanted to eat the leftovers from summer the next day, they had to be reheated. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to last until the next day. If you accidentally open a wound on your body, you can wash it with salt water. Endure the pain and you'll recover faster. This newspaper isn't worth 3 coins. I believe that Steward Song is telling the truth. It's worth 12 coins. Zhang Shua evaluated the price of the newspaper. Yao Chong calmed down and felt that the newspaper was not bad. It had stories, information on the locust plague, information on heatstroke prevention, and tips. He thought for a while and shook his head. That's not right. Can the newspaper benefit the people? The people he helped in the past were all commoners with little money. Now, the newspaper can only be understood by scholars. It's useless for commoners to buy it. If he bought it for 3 coins, how could he sell it for 4 coins? What's the point of doing a losing business? Using his own money to subsidize the scholars? He has money, so let's not worry about it. Lu Huaishan still looked like a good old man. There must be a problem. Yao Chong was certain. In the palace, Li Longji was reading a newspaper. He nodded from time to time. This was good stuff. He had been waiting for it, and it was finally out. Good. It doesn't matter if the commoners are illiterate. If those who can read are willing to show off, there will be people in the taverns and tea-houses reading to them. Li Longji said as he looked at Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher cooperated and said, Your Majesty is right. If you ask the Yamen to tell the commoners, they won't believe you. If it's a newspaper, everyone will read it together and say it together. If the commoners are willing to try it, they will tell their friends. However, if the newspaper is right, the commoners will believe it. If it's wrong, the commoners will believe it. For example, if the newspaper says that the price of millet will increase, and the places that produce millet will be seriously affected by the disaster, the price of millet in Chang'an will change. Gao Lisher saw the power of the newspaper. It was just the first issue, so there was nothing wrong with it. When the commoners gradually get used to the fact that what was written was true, Chang and would be in turmoil if a lie was suddenly mixed in. Yes. That's why no one else is allowed to do it. Only Li Yi can do it. I don't trust anyone else. Li Longji said with a smile. No one else can make such paper and ink. It takes a lot of effort to print it with engraving. It can only be produced once every few days. Gao Lisher talked about the advantages of the Li family Zhuangzi's technology. The price of a newspaper was 3 cents, but at dusk, they were forced to raise the price to 50 cents. Chapter 398. Brother Yi, I can see that you want to advertise in the newspaper to make money. Li Qingqi said while drinking during dinner. Yes. Li Yi admitted. The cost of the newspaper was not important. How much it was sold was not important. What was important was the sales volume and influence. Write an article on the newspaper to introduce the shop. From what I see, it should be at least 50 liang. Li Qingqi quoted a price that he thought was very high. Li Yi laughed. You want me to write an article for you? He shook his head. I will pay according to the words. The shop will write the article themselves. 50 liang is only enough to write 50 words. Moreover, it is the Chang'an newspaper. Impossible. It will take a long time for the shop to earn back 50 liang. I bought part of the advertisement for the football stadium. It is only 10 liang and 300 liang for the season's good seats. Your newspaper changes every day. Unless you advertise for a shop every day for a month. Li Qingqi did not agree. He used his own advertisement as a comparison. When the newspaper sells 20,000 copies a day, I will not accept orders from the ordinary shops. I will mainly accept orders from the big caravans. Li Yi knew that the small shops could not afford to advertise and would not expand their business to them. There was no internet, no television, and no competitors. 20,000 copies of the newspaper would affect more than 20,000 people. Including the 20 counties of the capital, they could all see it. The population size was limited. On average, 80 people would buy a newspaper. There was no hope for more than that. If a ship of goods was shipped from outside and wanted to sell, it would be a wholesale sale. Someone would advertise in the newspaper about the goods, where they were sold, and how much they cost. If the people needed them, they would buy them. Changing from wholesale to retail, the faster the delivery speed, the more profits there would be. For example, 2 businessmen were pulling oranges from the same place to sell. One of them was willing to advertise and the people would buy the oranges. The other could only sell the oranges to the shops in Chang and at a low price. Listen to Brother Yi. We still have to sell the newspaper in other prefectures. It is not easy to transport the oranges there. Li Longji thought of Li Yi's plan when he heard about the Chang'an newspaper. I'm currently researching wax paper, which is used for printing. When it's ready, I'll send people to the various prefectures to provide printing equipment, paper, and ink. The news from Chang'an city spread quickly. Now, there was no need to pay attention to timeliness. It would be fine if it was a few days later. Even if it was farther away, it would be fine if it was a month later. Once they received the typeset content, they would engrave, print, and sell it themselves. At the same time, gather information from all over the world and send it back by fast horse. Li Yi explained his future plans. He did not only want to sell newspapers and advertise to make money. At this moment, Li Qingqi and Li Longji realized that this brother Yi was plotting something big. There was an urgent report from the imperial court. Brother Yi wanted to establish his own urgent report. The advertising fees from newspapers all over the country were enough to cover the expenses of manpower, horses, and the journey. Do you need to use the relay station? Li Qingqi reminded. Horses couldn't travel long distances without human habitation. Doesn't the imperial court have some? I'll give you some extra money. My newspaper still wants to partner with His Majesty. Li Yi had considered building his own relay station, but he realized that it was impossible. It was a big crime to rob an official relay station. If a private relay station was left there, it could be burned down. If someone killed someone and stole the horse, where could he find the person? The official relay station was protected by soldiers. What about privately built mercenaries? Li Longji was interested. Cooperation is good. I'm willing to cooperate with you. How much is a relay station? It's a cooperation. Let's talk about the price. The newspaper department will give you double the amount allocated by the imperial court every year. Li Yi gave the answer. That's too much. Li Qingqi said. He didn't know the exact figure, but he knew that the investment in the relay station was not small. The place where the newspaper can be sold can afford to have a relay station. There's no hurry now. Let's operate it in Chang'an. After we train the right people, we'll send them out. Li Yi had other needs, but it was meaningless to say it now. The next day, the new newspaper was published. Song Della went to sell 10,000 copies. He printed an extra 100 copies and kept them. Today, as soon as he arrived in front of the imperial city, a group of people came out of the imperial city and bought a total of 1,000 copies. Give me 100 copies. Quick. As soon as the people in the imperial city finished buying, someone ran over with a bundle of cloth. He put it on the table and asked for 100 copies. Songda didn't know what was going on. When the number of people beside him reached more than 20, another person rushed over, 200 copies. This person doubled the amount of the previous one. I want 1 copy. Here's the money. Stand aside if you want 1 copy. 250. I want 50 copies. I came first. Give me my copy. The people in Zhuangzi were dumbfounded. Why did they buy hundreds of copies at once? Not good. Something bad is going to happen. Quick, go back and tell Dongzhu. Songda didn't understand the situation and said to one of the winged knights. The other party hesitated, nodded, and rode away. In less than half an hour, Li Yi got the information. He sighed. Finally, there are smart people. Fine, I'll print more copies. Once I print 100 copies, I'll send 100 copies over. The printing workshop started printing. The winged knights became couriers. Only they could ride horses. By noon, no one was fighting for the 6,000th set of copies that were printed. However, there was a person who came alone and bought a copy. He muttered, they dare to sell it for 80 coins. They must be crazy poor. I can see through them. The Li family Zhuangzi has always had it. Songda stood there and didn't say anything. He had heard several people say that before. He knew that yesterday a copy of the newspaper was sold for 50 coins. Today, it was even more ruthless. Someone snatched the newspaper and asked for 80 coins. When no one came to buy it again, he took the remaining 40 copies and threw them over when he passed by earthly paradise. When he arrived in Zhuangzi, he didn't have lunch and looked tired. Dongzhu, we have high capital. If we print 1 copy, we will pay 9 coins. We can't deal with them. Tomorrow, we will print 20,000 copies. 2 printing plates. Li Yi didn't show any signs of anxiety. Isn't it just 9 coins per copy? Here. At that time, when he was competing with various platforms, he threw in billions at once. In Chang'an, the political, economic, and military center of the Tang dynasty, 1 billion was not a big deal. At this time, the people who bought a lot in the morning in Chang and were calculating how much money they had lost. They didn't expect that there would be additional copies of the newspaper. They thought that it would be the same as yesterday, with a total of 9,000 copies. They could monopolize the market and sell to people who needed it. They could gradually reduce the price. Even if some of them couldn't be sold, they could still make a profit. In the end, the Li family's manner had disrupted their plans with an additional stamp. The people who bought the newspaper at a high price before wanted to drag them to court or return the money. They lost money this time. They had a lot of newspapers that couldn't be sold. No one bought them for 3,000 copies. They were angry. They would rather borrow it from others or listen to it while eating or drinking tea. The people who bought a lot in advance felt uncomfortable, but some people cared. The foreign envoys in the Tang dynasty found out that the Li family Zhuangzi's cost of printing newspapers was high. They lost some money every time they sold a copy. The paper of the newspaper was really good. It couldn't be cheap even if they wanted to. It wasn't a lie. Some smart people went to find others to discuss the matter together. When the foreign envoys finished discussing, they took out a lot of jewelry and sold it in the East Market for money. Chapter 399. On the 22nd of April, Songda brought 20,000 copies of newspapers to the imperial city. There were still people in the imperial city who came out to buy 1,000 copies. It was cheap, only 3,000 coins. Songda was just about to open his shop when a man wearing tubo clothes came over. "I want all of them." Songda looked at him carefully, wanting to know if he was serious. "I want all of them." "How much do you have?" "I'll buy all of them." The man waved his hand and a group of people behind him came forward with a lot of cloth. "What do you mean you want all of them? They are selling newspapers at a loss and you want all of them? Go away, you dare to glare at me? Your tubo was beaten up by me last year. You dare to glare at me again?" Without waiting for Songda to speak, a scholar jumped out from the side and shouted at the tubo man. After shouting, he took a step back and grabbed the hilt of the sword at his waist. With a clang, the sword was pulled out. Clang, clang, clang. Several scholars pulled out their swords one after another, looking like they were going to stab him if he was not convinced. "You still don't allow me to buy things?" The tubo man was scared and argued. "You want to buy things? I think you want to cheat Li Dongzhu." A peddler carrying a pole put down the goods and pulled out his pole. "Yes, Steward Song said that the cost is 12 coins and the price is only 3 coins. The tubo people are bad." When they saw Li Dongzhu making hot air balloons, they were scared. Someone took off his shoes and was about to throw them over. "How dare you bully Li Lang?" A woman who looked like she was from Pyongkong Square said. She took out the hairpin on her head and held it in her hand. You. Songda, what do you say?" The tubo man had a knife on him, but he did not dare to touch it. I can't make the decision. I have to ask Dongzhu." Songda's hand touched his body, as if he wanted to take out something that could hurt people. One of the winged knights loaded the crossbow with an arrow and handed it to Songda. He mounted his horse and ran to report. Songda held the crossbow and thought for a while, then pointed the arrow at the ground. The winged knights shouted as they ran towards Zhuangzi. Less than half an hour after Tubo appeared in the imperial city, a group of non-commissioned officers rushed out with the sound of footsteps. After a while, more featherwood flying cavalry came around from the side. The winged knights who reported the news were very fast. They rushed into Zhuangzi and found Li Yi. "Dongzhu, there are Tubo people who want to buy all the newspapers, but the people of the Tang dynasty won't let them. They even drew their weapons while talking. Steward Song can't make a decision." The winged knights explained everything in one sentence. "Well, the Tang dynasty is still the best. Li Yi smiled. He sighed with emotion. At this time, the Tang dynasty was awesome. The common people were never afraid of outsiders, and many scholars could wield swords. Even during the Anlushan rebellion, the civil servants personally went up the city walls to stop the enemy. More importantly, it was the will of the imperial court that never compromised with foreign countries. When the officials talked about foreign countries, they would definitely fight, but they would argue about how to fight. Dongzhu, are you selling? The non-commissioned officer was anxious. They want to sell the newspapers because of my capital. I don't think it's the idea of the Tubo First Bureau. Tubo, Turkic, there are so many surnames and tribes. Their scenery is better, right? There are many horses, cows, and sheep. The weather is good, and they can even farm. Tubo has saffron and many medicinal herbs. Caterpillar fungus is said to have no medicinal effect. It's just like how the Western countries said ginseng has no effect. Oh, there's also Salvia miltiariza, which degrades Chinese medicine to be worthless. But there's a reason why our Chinese medicine can exist, such as... Li Yi mumbled to himself. Suddenly, he stopped and smiled. Tell Songda that I'll sell it at noon. Tell him that I'm taking the time to proofread the words, so that some of the words will not destroy the deep friendship between Tang and Tibet. When I'm done checking and find no problems, I'll sell it to them. The price will not change. Li Yi said to the non-commissioned officer, giving a dignified reason. The non-commissioned officer did not know what Li Yi wanted to do. After agreeing, he changed to another horse and rode away. Li Yi jogged to the printing workshop. Print another edition. Now the two of you will continue to print. If it's the typesetting, the typesetters will divide it. Li Yi said to everyone. When everyone heard that they were going to print more, they were happy. They liked to work, and they always felt that they were worse than others if there was no work to do. The winged knights ran back and whispered to Songda. Songda returned the crossbow and said to the Tubo people, Dongzhu said that he's afraid that the articles in the newspaper will affect the friendship between the Tubo of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, he wants to check it carefully. When he's done checking and finds no problems, he'll sell it to you. When the Tubo people heard this, they smiled and looked at the people around them. Did you see that? Li Yi was afraid that he would write something wrong and make the Tubo people unhappy. What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll gouge your eyeballs out. Someone immediately shouted and glared back. The Tubo people quickly turned their gaze to the carriage. They had fewer people and could not win. And even if they could win, so what? In the end, they would still be killed. Zhuangzi made good use of the time and printed another 11,000 copies before noon. Send 107 people out. Each person has a workshop. Distribute it and sell it in front of the workshop. Also, tell the others that there are copies in each workshop and not to rob. Also, tell Songda to sell the newspaper to the Tubo people. It's still 3 coins per copy. Don't overcharge. I'll go write the content for tomorrow's newspaper. For the 3rd chapter of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, you guys pick the words first. Tomorrow, bring out 100,000 copies at once. Li Yi said to everyone that he had set the quantity for tomorrow. He needed more editions to be printed together. At noon, the Li family Zhuangzi people were moving quickly. The carriages were carrying people and newspapers. When they reached a place, they put down a person in a pile of newspapers and continued to move. Songda received the order and said to the people around him, Zhuangzi has sent people here. There are copies in each workshop. Everyone can go there and buy. The ones here will be sold to the Tubo people. Why should we sell? They are obviously trying to cheat you. The original cost is 12 coins. Selling it for 3 coins. It's a loss. Let's kill them. If we kill them, we won't have to sell it. The people around shouted. The Tubo people were trembling. No need. Everyone, hurry up and buy it. Songdo was afraid of fighting. Since Dongzhu had agreed, there must be a follow-up plan. Everyone left unhappily. The Tubo people did not show any signs of complacency. They were afraid that others would come back. Songda asked people to carry down the bundles of newspapers. He took the money from the Tubo people. 19,000 copies of newspapers were only 57,000 coins. It was a big loss. The Tubo people carried the newspapers and left as fast as they could. It was too dangerous outside. This time, there were people selling newspapers in each workshop. The people who wanted to speculate felt that the atmosphere was not right and did not dare to do anything. In the evening, Li Longji asked Li Yi with concern, I heard that the Tubo people bought all the newspapers. Did you print another batch and sell it separately? Yes, they want to buy. We are open for business. If we limit the quantity, doesn't it mean that we are incompetent? Tomorrow, we will print 100,000 copies. 20,000 copies will be sold to the people of the Tang dynasty. As for the other 80,000 copies, we will give it to whoever is willing to buy it. Li Yi said his plan. There was no trace of worry on his face. Do you have any plans? Li Qingqi was also concerned. I plan to teach the paper workshop around here the technology of making newspapers and let them produce it quickly. I will charge 15 coins per copy. Li Yi mentioned that teaching the technology first was a way to buy it from others. The subscription results of this book were too bad. There would not be any recommendations for next week. Readers who read outside the website, if you have the ability, please subscribe to Qidian and vote for a month. Otherwise, the author would starve to death and would not be able to see it anywhere. Bow. Chapter 400. After dinner, Li Yi went back to copy books. Li Longji and Li Qingqi stood outside and chatted while being bitten by mosquitoes. Third brother, it seems that Brother Yi cares a lot about his reputation. Should we take action? Li Qingqi felt that Li Yi was just trying to save face. Li Longji shook his head. No, I took action in Lantian County last time. Only then did I know that Brother Yi has a whole set of plans. In that case, we can also make arrangements this time. Let's make the arrangements first. If Brother Yi really doesn't have any tricks up his sleeve, we will solve it at the critical moment. Li Qingqi thought that it was indeed as his third brother said. Last time, he thought that Brother Yi's tricks were only there, so he sent Yao Chong to lead the team personally. Later, he realized that Brother Yi had already dug a hole for others to jump into. I don't think we will be needed. Brother Yi will follow today's method and disperse to various squares or send people to ask who wants to buy newspapers and sign up. There's no need to print 100,000 copies tomorrow. There must be a motive for deliberately selling 80,000 copies to the foreign countries. Li Longji felt that it was interesting. He was guessing where he could find the money. Third brother, it seems that they are afraid of Brother Yi. Otherwise, they wouldn't specifically target a matter of money that is easy to solve. Li Qingqi smiled. He felt the impact of the hot air balloons on those people. It's just newspapers. They can increase the price. What's the use of buying them if they exceed the cost? In addition, there will be restrictions on sales. Each person can only buy one copy. If you have the ability, you can hire a large number of people to buy them. If it were another businessman who immediately responded after today, how much money would they have lost? They are anxious. Rumor has it that the Li family Zhuangzi has made more powerful gunpowder weapons and put them on the hot air balloons to kill a large number of people. Li Longji also smiled. At the same time, he was waiting for the foreign envoys in the Tang dynasty to send back the news. If Tubo was anxious and rushed to fight, he would definitely lose. During the winter, they had just eliminated a lot of their main forces and destroyed the main roads. The morale of the Tang dynasty was at its peak. Tubo wanted to repair the bridge. The army of the Tang dynasty was guarding the bridge. How could they repair it? If they didn't repair it, they could only take a detour. The speed of marching and the consumption of food, or they would have to go in a bigger circle so that the cavalry could come over. There was another method that seemed relatively easy, which was to send someone to infiltrate the Li family Zhuangzi. Whether it was capturing Li Yi or getting the design drawings and materials of the hot air balloon, they could at least be used to deal with the Tang dynasty's air force. However, in order to return a child, Brother Yi used his lifespan in exchange for being able to see clearly at night without others being able to see him. Yes, what was that? Elder brother, come with me to find Brother Yi. Li Longji thought of something and pulled Li Qingqi into Li Yi's courtyard. Li Yi was copying a medical book. When he saw the two of them looking at the glass window, he waved his hand and went to open the door. Brother Yi, it suddenly occurred to me that Tubo might be worried about the hot air balloon, so we'll use two methods. Li Longji said directly. Li Yi nodded. One is to attack immediately, hoping that the Tang dynasty will make some kind of guarantee through war. The other is to deal with me. Yes, Brother Yi, you can see other people's things at night, right? Let us have a look so that we can rest assured. Li Longji requested. Okay, please come with me. Li Yi agreed and led the two of them into the monitoring room next door. There were 4 people in the monitoring room, each with a monitor in front of them. Li Yi had only exchanged for 1 surveillance monitor, but he had brought over 3 medical monitors, which were widely used now. It was connected wirelessly and could be used as other monitors after some adjustments. There were a total of 32 monitors, and each monitor showed 8 monitors, so there was no need to switch back and forth. It was dark outside, and some places were lit with lanterns. Only the circle lit by the lanterns could see people, but it was not bright enough. Li Longji and Li Qingqi were stunned by the monitors in front of them. Except for the different colors, they could see everything clearly. Was this the thing that allowed them to see people at night? It's too strange. Zhuangzi's guards specifically placed them in places where there are no lanterns. I have seen these places, and they are the most difficult to watch. Li Qingqi found that there were no lanterns in the places where people could easily sneak in and the important places. It was clearly telling people that it was safe to enter from here. If he did not see it with his own eyes today, how could he believe that there was such a strange thing in the world? Good stuff, I can rest assured now. Li Longji looked at it and said sincerely. Together with the winged knights. Aya, since the foreigners may have designs on Brother Yi, it's not enough to just have something that can see people. We must have enough troops. Why don't we write a letter to His Majesty and ask His Majesty to send more people over? This is a matter of national security, how can it be taken lightly? Li Qingqi said. He found that some people were organizing people to risk their lives to attack. What was the use of being able to see people? Li Longji agreed, no matter what, we must persuade His Majesty. If it doesn't work, let's leave the guards behind. Li Yi looked at the two of them and turned around to leave. Chapter 401. The next morning, Li Longji left with his belongings. He was not happy at all. During the court meeting in the palace, his face was gloomy. When the other officials left and only Yao Chong and the other 2 were left, he was still as serious as ever. He said to Gao Lishur, the officials from the Li family Zhuangzi in the 20 counties. Keep an eye on them. Record down the names of those who are plotting against us. As you command. Gao Lisher bowed in response. Li Longji then looked at Yao Chong. Minister Yao Chong, Guobin from the censorate is not bad. He impeached my younger brother Yi for being arrogant and taking advantage of the army's weapons to become the guards of the winged knights. There are not many officials who can speak frankly. Very good, the Tang dynasty needs people like this, just like Wei Zheng. However, I feel that Guobin is using a sledgehammer to crack a nut in the censorate. Lai Zhou is guarding the sea, an important place for the country. He can be the head of a county. I understand. Yao Chong said as quickly as he could. At the same time, he mourned for Guobin. He was thrown to Lai Zhou with just one impeachment. Could the Tang dynasty be any further? Moreover, he was only a county magistrate in the past, not a provincial governor. Who could a county magistrate control? Zhang Shua looked at Lu Huaishan and communicated with his eyes. What's wrong with His Majesty today? Lu Huaishan, I don't know. Maybe it's because of the newspaper. Zhang Shua's eyes were blank. What did you say? Lu Huaishan mouthed, newspaper. At the same time, he made a gesture of reading a newspaper. Zhang Shua shook his head, impossible. That's not worth it. Lu Huaishan, maybe, Minister Lu. Li Longji's voice interrupted Lu Huaishan's eye contact. I'm here. Lu Huaishan responded. I heard that the newspaper has the ability to confuse the people. It should be banned. These people are able to see the smallest detail. They should be the pillars of the country. Coincidentally, there is a stone mine in Lantian County. I'm afraid that there might be some loopholes. I can order these people to patrol the area and record every day. Li Longji praised others again, saying that the newspaper should be banned. He was too amazing, farsighted, and sent to guard the mine. I'll definitely get it done. Lu Huaishan also observed a moment of silence for them. He understood that His Majesty's intelligence was not ordinary. Without waiting for Li Longji to call him, Zhang Shua stood up and said, Your Majesty, this subject is willing to share Your Majesty's burdens. My younger brother Yi wants to promote the new papermaking technology in all the papermaking workshops in the capital. If anyone disagrees, it means that they don't want the Tang dynasty to use new good paper. Minister Zhang, you'll have to work hard. Li Longji ordered Zhang Shua that if Brother Yi wanted to stir up trouble, he could not delay. Whoever found fault at the crucial moment, regardless of whether they were from the public or the government, would be dealt with. This subject is willing to help the people of the Tang dynasty use paper, learn, and receive education. Zhang Shua accepted the order. Li Longji gently nodded and made a sound through his nose. The three of them understood and took their leave. Turning his head, Li Longji said to Gao Lisher, Send another 1,000 winged knights. They must be new. Learn from the old and learn to endure hardships. This subject understands. Gao Lisher understood Li Longji's meaning. The old would take care of the new, one would take care of two. Enduring hardships meant that they would have to do hard work. Don't go yet. Come with me. Install some things. Do it quietly and don't let anyone notice. Li Longji saw that Gao Lisher was about to leave and stopped him. Now that the things were brought, they had to be set up properly. The surveillance cameras were all charged and could be directly connected to the wires. The palace was too big, and the wires were not long enough. They could only charge some unimportant parts during the day and put them back when they were full. The wires were the most important parts, so they had to be watched at all times. When Li Longji showed Gao Lisher the images displayed on the screen and in the backup battery, Gao Lisher was numb. He had no blood in his limbs, and his head was buzzing. How could there be such things in the world? Among them, he completely blocked out the surroundings of a room. It was pitch black, but the surveillance cameras could still be seen clearly. How is it? Li Longji asked. Anyone who is hostile to Li Dongzhu will be killed. Gao Lisha replied. He did not say whether the things were useful or not. He knew that they were from Li Yi. No wonder His Majesty dealt with people today. The two of them discussed where to put them and felt much more at ease. In front of the palace, at the end of Vermilion Bird Avenue, Songda brought 81,000 copies of the newspaper. The others went to the various shops to sell. 1,000 copies were directly taken away by the people in the palace. 80,000 copies took less than a quarter of an hour to complete the border crossing with the Tubo people. The capital's papermaking workshops received new technology and orders that day. They found that according to their labor, they could make a profit of 1 copper coin for every 3 or 4 sheets of paper they produced. They could not compare to the efficiency of the Li family Zhuangzi's papermaking workshop. The cost of 1 sheet of paper from the Li family Zhuangzi was 10 copper coins. More importantly, it was difficult for them to find the stones needed to make paper. The most convenient place was Lantian County. Li Yi took 80% of the shares and 80% of the gross profit from buying the stones from Lantian County. In summary, Li Yi spent more than 15 copper coins on each sheet of paper. He earned back part of the profits from the stones. After buying 80,000 copies of the newspaper, the Tubo people were not as happy as they were yesterday. They felt that something was wrong, but they could not figure out what the problem was. Obviously, the cost of the newspaper was high and the selling price was low. Why did they feel scared after buying it? For the next few days, the Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper increased. On the 30th day of the 4th lunar month, the Li family's village sold 300,000 copies of the newspaper to the Japanese. According to Songda, the owner knew that you wanted to take it back and show it to your people. This was the proof of the friendly relationship between the Tang dynasty and you. It could not be cheap or expensive. The paper from other places of the capital's government was delivered to the Li family Zhuangzi one after another. They received the money and left happily. Although it took 3 or 4 sheets of paper to make 1 copper coin, there were a lot of them. Moreover, after mastering the technology, they could sell it to others, especially to the outside world, at a higher price. On the morning of the first day of May, Empress Wang came out. She pushed the baby carriage that Li Yi designed and let the workshop know about. There was a canopy above the baby carriage with a mirror facing the sky. It was surrounded by thin sand. The baby lay inside and looked at it with his eyes wide open. In fact, he still could not see anything. His eyesight was not good. Even though Empress Wang had been eating nutritious meals and the baby absorbed them well, he was still developing. He still could not see clearly what he should not see clearly. Empress Wang followed Li Yi's instructions and talked to the baby from time to time. His hearing developed faster than his eyesight. The little guy's eyeballs would move, especially when he waved his hand in front of him. His eyeballs would move, but in fact, he still could not see clearly. Ordinary people should be in confinement for a month. Empress Wang was checked by Li Yi. Okay, no need. Mother will take you to the cafeteria. The smell there is so good. You won't even know what kind of dish it is. Empress Wang pushed the baby carriage to the cafeteria. She was going to eat in the cafeteria today. The baby had already been breastfed and his diapers changed. He could hold on for a while. After entering the cafeteria, the little guy's breathing changed, even if his understanding of the smell was not that good. The temperature in the cafeteria was lower than outside. The little guy who had just felt the warmth of the sun finally cooled down. The expression on his face changed slightly. Uncle, seeing the baby's appearance, as a mother, it's worth it to do anything for him. Empress Wang sighed to Li Yi. Li Yi smiled and nodded. He did not say anything. He wanted to say Wu Zetian. That woman was not ordinary. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.